Toast. It's
Toast.
I was right about crunching and munching. Let's
Buttering the
go.
toast. We are live.
The sound effects are
No,
real.
no.
Yeah, the sound effects of buttering the toast about to slap right now.
I just want to congratulate Shay for being the second person in VC. I'm very proud of him.
Wait, what do you mean? I was here after you.
Jordan was here
What the fuck?
first. That is true.
What the
Yeah,
hell?
but we're always here. We're always here.
Yeah, but why did you exclude me?
Well, technically, I excluded Sam as well.
Well,
Yeah, but Sam's DM. It doesn't
God.
count.
I have to be here.
Man, I'm all that.
And he was flirting with Nova and Twilight.
He
Uh,
dropped this song.
Yeah, and he dropped his song,
Dropped the whole
and
diss.
he may have gotten a date with him. It's yet to be determined, and he didn't do a bad job rizzing them up. He was okay. Did Bulldog? Oh, Tiger went to go talk to his father. That's right.
the things you may have missed. If anyone else wishes to add to the recap, go on ahead. To which
It'd
Nova,
have to be pretty fucking good though.
which Nova would have interjected.
retire early, live off in, I don't know, Barbados somewhere. That'd be the life.
Bulldog missed quite a little bit in the background. But 2 hours till departure. Would Bulldog uh, wish to acquire or inquire with anyone about anything or say goodbye to anyone on the ship? I mean, the Bermuda agents are going, but the Bermuda staff, for the most part, is staying here on the ship.
Hmm. I guess, you know what? Fuck it. This might be a bit out of left field. He'd go and check up on Jet.
Kind of scratches his chin. Maybe Bermuda might.
Can't see any reason why not. Always in the need for more captains. Besides,
Rest of the Bermuda agents line up. They stand at attention as the commanders seemingly finish their deliberation and turn to face their crews. Lobo Squad stands at attention, hands touching wrists behind their backs, backs straightened out, feet shoulder length apart. Shugo falls into line with the rest of his crew. Templar as well. As Halo stands at the center to speak to all parties involved. Well, she clicks her HUD since there is a lot of commotion moving around just so that everyone hears her in their earpiece.
oh shit, there is one thing I'd like to do.
Go ahead.
Sorry. He would ask Faith if he could talk to Odin.
Ooh.
That.
How long is the trip down to Russia?
5 hours
Yeah, it'd have to be on
Do
the
it on there.
in the air. Hmm.
Yeah, on our way down. Faith would have. I think you did ask. I don't remember though.
I
But yeah,
remember
it'd
it
have to
was
It's
be
been
on
in the cards for a while.
Yeah, remember it
It's
was
definitely been in the
us.
cards
We
for a
just
while.
kept pushing it down the pipeline because more and more shit kept popping up. But yeah, I do remember that was the thing. Alrighty. Noted. Halo, take center. Everyone can hear her in their earpiece. Lobo, easy, Domino. I'll give you a briefing for our movements into Russia. We will depart from the Olympus within the next 10 minutes, where we will join the Pegasus escort to the presidential envoy, a small delegation of the president, vice president, ambassadors, and Secret Service, respectively, who will be flying aboard Air Force One. We will join in the protection detail as they wave off once they enter Russian airspace and take over for them. So, once we enter Russian airspace, eyes open, ears open. We don't expect them to cause any trouble, but we're not going to gamble with anyone's lives, so take this as you would any other mission. The VIPs in this case are the President of the United States and his close cabinet. So, important people, try not to fuck this up. Once we reach Moscow International, Air Force One will be docking first, followed by the presidential escorts and then the Bermuda escort. They will enter ahead of us as we follow suit behind, where we will meet the Russian envoys. We've cleared most predicaments involving immigration for the special event, but they still are enforcing a unique processing. We're not sure of the exact details. They didn't deliberate further than that, simply explaining that if we wish to enter, we have to agree. So, when we arrive in Moscow International, regardless of what happens, unless your life or the life of others is directly threatened, do not engage in any hostilities. If this means you are given a cavity check, you accept it. Hear a little bit of grumbling from some of the people, but kind of just keep listening. Once we are cleared the processing at the airport, we will join the presidential escort to the embassy. Once on embassy grounds, we will divvy up responsibilities with the Vanguard, and the Black Ops unit will be taken over by Luma. You guys see in the background Luma moving about, still taking calls on her own comm set, but she is present. We will be expecting some amount of press, unless the Russians have decided against it. So, be presentable, look sharp, and be on your best behavior. Though the Russian military and government might be willing to engage in negotiations and reopen diplomacy with us, the Russian people may not be as friendly, and their voices will sway favor. Do not do anything that makes us look bad. Do not do anything that makes the people next to you look bad. Is that understood? Lobo squad all simultaneously go, "Yes, ma'am." Followed by Easy, "Yes, ma'am."
Followed by us.
Yeah, followed by us. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Come on,
ma'am.
everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Bulldog grunts.
Be aware that the Siberian Reed Stars are vessels. They are Russia's equivalent or counterpart to our organization. We do not know what their abilities are, nor can we predict them, nor can we, or should we, build against them. If you feel something unnatural, something that threatens your rationale, make note of it immediately to your commanding officer. If we are expecting foul play, then we must be prepared for it the second it presents itself. But if you are just feeling nervous, unsure, or on edge, breathe. This is a very important event. You need to keep a level head. That said, safe travels. She looks towards Shugo and then towards Templar. We'll make sure to keep things proper. My team will keep its shit together. She looks to Lobo, looking towards Direwolf, who says, "Good to be back on the ground, ma'am. I'm sure we haven't been on the moon too long to have lost our manners." Good. She takes one last look at everyone individually. All of you feel that strange warmth kind of rise up from your feet up to your head. It's almost like a chill, but in reverse. Then may the Father of Understanding guide us. She steps towards her crew as you start to see the fighters, the Pegasus fighters and escorts taking off from the bay, followed suit as the hangar opens, and your dropships are lifted up. Lobo Squad loads into their dropship. A few of them giving you guys some waves as Cosmo flies in straight into the back. Captain Martin takes his pilot's seat, and they make their exits. Easy Squad kind of looks at each other. You see them take a final glance towards you guys. Rook.
Hinatori
Go ahead.
bows her head towards Shugo.
He lightly bows his head. Yeah. Rook, you see him almost still like huffy, as if he was out of breath the entire time. Keep calm, everyone. Doubt the Russians are gonna give us much trouble, right? And you, Sebastian, what's the worst that could happen? See, Fulani chuckled to himself. Yeah. As long as Easy has Rook, I'm sure everything's gonna be fine. There, dropship loads up as Mendoza takes her pilot seat, and they too file in one after the other. Phantom walking up to Tiger to give him a fist bump.
Hell yeah.
Keep your head together.
You too.
They load up, fly out. Your dropship rises. The Tempest being loaded down, already pre-fueled as Fulani takes his walk over the ladder brought up as he climbs into his pilot seat. The dropship doors opening for you guys to file in one by one. It's Templar. Stands by the dropship doors and ushers you all in. Everyone loads up. Interior of the dropship. It is relatively a snug fit, though with a little bit of walking space. It is meant to accommodate for a strike team composed of 12 or more, or 15 or less, I mean. Of course, your team is much smaller, and your team also takes up the compartments that manage the ship itself, the navigation, the weapon systems, and other extremities. You all file in, taking your seats. The masks and spacesuits are available for you guys to strap yourselves in. Fulani gets on in the comms. Captain Fulani here. Checking pre-flight. All systems look green. Everyone locked in.
Roger.
Oh, I didn't realize that was a question.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yes.
Very snug, says Artemis. Templar finally climbs in, the dropship doors closing behind her. She also gets her suit and mask on. All dominoes accounted for, Fulani. We are green. She sits down and clicks on her belts. This is Tempest to Olympus Actual, taking off from Fighter Bay. Mark time. The engines turn on, you feel the soft humming. As you start to feel the cabin become pressurized. The gases escaping it, oxygen now pumping straight in through your mask. A few seconds later, liftoff, and the dropship exits the fighter bay into the zero gravity of space. You feel the artificial gravity that was holding you within the USS Olympus free itself as your body immediately starts to give forward, then back, swaying completely aimlessly. No gravity affected. You guys fly off.
Yo.
You know, on your flight through space, you are strapped in for a 5-hour tour. Within the last 2 hours, of course, you will be entering Moscow and the escorts. So, a nice 3-hour space cruise awaits you ahead as everyone feels the artificial gravity within the Tempest kick in and they're allowed to move about as they please. Of course, no one removing their masks or else suffocating. But,
Except
It's
me.
fine.
I'm fine.
yeah, except
True.
for the people who do not need air.
Nice.
Templar soon after unstraps as she seemingly stretches, and then obviously gravity taking her away. A light bounce in her step as it pulls her down ever so slightly. The artificial gravity is there, but, you know, it's spacewalking. And she looks to all of you. She clicks on her HUD and brings up the feed of the fight. Well, I believe there's no time better than now to review our last kerfuffle. Few clips are brought up of the Lobo drill, showing different members of Domino Squad engaging in the fight, their movements slowed down, some of them marked. And she's going to go over a brief review with you guys. She starts, let's go from left to right. Before I give my criticisms, I'd like to hear what you guys thought of the drill. Why don't we start with our second in command? Tiger, what are some parts of the exercise that you believe were executed poorly? Parts of the exercise where perhaps a bit more careful consideration from a few different parties may have lended us a greater or smoother result.
I think our main issue is when we clustered around the bomb vest target.
Mm.
We weren't as aware of our surroundings or paying attention as much. We were focused on the individual at hand when at the same time things were still happening and we had an active threat in the area. We should have had people posted around and giving live updates on what they were noticing and seeing.
Very good observation. The last thing we want to do is be together near an active explosive, while at the same time the last thing we want to do is be too far apart to be able to assist in case of an sudden ambush. Does anyone here have any further points to add to that? Any observations they made that might be good to point out in case we ever face a future predicament?
Nothing comes to mind.
You believe that the bomb threat was handled as well as it could be, given the information we had available?
In the moment? Yes.
Well, this is the hindsight. If there are things that other members in the party can improve on, this is the time to figure it out. I see.
Mm.
I'll raise this. We were aware of a high-level scion on the field. Is there anyone here who is able to detect or high-level vessel on the field? Is there anyone in this party who is able to detect psionics or the ether or helix scripts emanating from a certain location? Does anyone here possess such senses or technology?
Bulldog raises his hand.
Remnant would raise her hand. I think I can, right?
Things such as the detect magic or detect evil and good would count, yeah.
Locate creature.
Yeah.
Locate creature as well. Well,
Okay, yeah.
And divine sense, I imagine.
divine sense also.
Yeah, I have Eyes of the Grave.
Eyes of the grave. Let's see. Was
Detect good and
this
evil.
brought to our attention at the time?
I used it.
Did you tell anyone you were using it?
Didn't sense anything at the time, so I didn't see any point doing so.
Anyone else?
I made a point to bring it up. I have an ability similar to Bulldog's, and that's why I was on patrol when the bomb threat was being handled. I found nothing, so I said nothing. We were ambushed. Simple as that.
Same thing here.
I was aware Faith could use the ability. Having her on patrol was a good call. Wasn't aware you possessed something like that, Bulldog. Good to know for next time.
Isn't it?
We might be able to rotate our people better so that we have no angle ever exposed to an ambush.
Ka-chow.
What?
Sorry. Did he say ka-chow?
Yes.
I'm going
Yes.
to ignore it.
Yes, he
Yep.
did.
That.
He
I
100% did.
imagine he did.
I
He
truthfully,
just
that's
did.
whenever
Nah,
fucking
nah.
Psycho tunes in.
He
Nah,
did.
nah,
He
nah.
did finger guns at as he did that.
Yo, bro, he said ka-chow. I'm like, wait a minute. Nobody in the call said shit for a solid 3 count? I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. Because, like, he said it, and I'm like, is anyone, like, are we just gonna move on?
We're in fact just gonna move on.
Is
Fine.
that just something in the past?
It's gonna be for me.
No one just wanted to address it.
Remnant refuses to acknowledge that word even left his mouth.
You know, I was muted the whole time, but I was like, nah,
This
there's no way.
calls for my intervention.
There's no way. Anyway, carry on.
Psycho, You performed, by my accounts, or at least compared to your previous encounters, exemplary.
I mean, be for real right now. You know what I'm saying?
Your previous faults lied in not remaining close to your team, a habit you didn't show in this case. I'd like to see you continue that habit.
Okay. You know, I'm somewhat of the killer myself.
But it is a habit that is seemingly being picked up by Hinatori.
Yeah.
You lend your speed to repositioning yourself, but you leave the rest of us unable to reach you, or vice versa. It is not something that may cause immediate issue, but given how you present yourself much more in close quarters than we would for our other technomancers, it might be something to consider. Keeping yourself near others who can protect you rather than putting yourself where the enemy is.
B, are you there?
B.
Hinatori looks at her with the most bored expression. She says, "Yeah."
Hey, mom.
She squints at Hinatori. As for Faith, you seem to demonstrate a master-at-arms approach. You can switch yourselves quickly between close and range. Is there a preference you have we might be aware of, so that way we can better place you in our formations?
Faith would put her hand on her head for a second. No, not particularly. I believe in adapting to the situation and what the team needs best. And most in that moment is, well, what I'm best at. Adaptability is a strength. It'd be a waste to not use it.
Well spoken. Remnant, I admit I am very confused by you. Your vessel abilities, I'm not sure I quite understand them. Yet you have quite the aim. I'd mark you as a sharpshooter if I didn't know better. Do you believe
Just a hobby.
hobby? Are your vessel abilities able to be used through your hobby?
I've never tried it before. But I am not entirely sure. I doubt it.
From what I observed, having you near those of our front line would lend it better for them to keep on fighting and for them to destroy their enemy more quickly. But your aim tells me you might be better placed further back, where you can provide some sort of overwatch. Is there a preference you'd have?
I'd prefer to be as close as I can be to everyone else.
Noted.
Enemies being within my personal space will not impair my aim.
She smiles at that. Good. My goal with this questioning is to figure out exactly how we will handle our pairings. When we're in Moscow, no one should ever be alone. Ever. And when we're on mission in Moscow, we should know exactly how we fall back and how we advance. We might not have time to negotiate or consider our options. We should have a default. Tiger, where do you think everyone would be best placed, considering our options are front, middle, and back?
He looks at everybody and thinks back, just previous experience. Typically, Bulldog and I are frontliners. We are able to take a lot more damage than the rest of the team, able to break in. We're usually in the front.
Much like a shield and a
Um,
sledgehammer.
Faith and Hinatori, typically in the middle. They can get around if need be far away or close up, depending on what the encountering requires. And they can do a lot of damage on their own.
Hinatori, do you have a preference between being in the back or at the front?
In the back.
Is he? Noted. She looks back to Tiger.
He then glances towards Psycho and Remnant. They're the ones with guns. Being in a safe place where they can shoot, but like they've mentioned, being more up close, they were effective. Worst case, they are. He kind of like pauses for a second. More susceptible to bigger hits than I think the rest of us. They need the most protection, being the most secure place.
I would agree with that observation.
My only input is that if I'm going to help keep you alive, I need to be able to reach you.
If that's the case, then switching you and Hinatori, if Hinatori's wanting to be in the back, and you more in the middle, I think that would work.
Alternatively, inventory kind of stiffens up, like as if she's paying attention more. We can both stay in the back, and I can always teleport her closer.
The Templar smile. Good suggestion.
She slouches again.
Given these inputs, I mark our default formation as follows. Do well to remember this. Any encounter we take on, the front should always be Tiger and Bulldog. No exceptions. No one should enter with them. No one should be close to them as they make their attack. Tiger and Bulldog must keep the enemy at bay. That is their responsibility, as it will be the middle's responsibility to ensure they can keep doing that. The middle, I believe, should be Remnant and Psycho. A pairing, they stay together, they move together, with two adaptable individuals making up our backline, actually. Since they're able to fold in to any particular location, having them at the back makes them the most effective. Looking to Faith and Hinatori. Not to mention their incredible speed that they've displayed on multiple occasions. I have no doubt in my mind that they'll be able to get around where we need them most. If the front needs additional hands, they can get there. If the middle needs to be protected. They're already there behind them. Are these pairings understood? Tiger Bulldog, Remnant Psycho, Faith and Hinatori.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Sure.
Oh, you wanted a verbal confirmation.
Yes, a verbal confirmation.
Faith waits a moment before saying, well, two issues with that. One, I'm nowhere near as mobile as Hinatori. And two, if I don't have my bow, I'm pretty much strapped for options at range.
In
I don't
instances
exactly
where you don't,
always get to have this.
in instances where you don't have your bow, then we can fall you into the front.
Very well. Faith backs
Strate-
down.
Strategically, I think Psycho and Faith are a better pair, but I'll do whatever I have to, of course.
Well, that follows suit. That if we cannot maintain 2-3, then we will do 3-2. We will have Tiger, Bulldog, and Faith at our front, with Hinatori, Remnant, and Psycho sticking together as a trio. I, of course, will almost always take the front, or the middle. It will be my job to ensure my team's survival, as well as having the greatest angle of observation on the entities engaging us.
We only have one more person to figure out then. Tiger leans over to look over at Artemis.
I'm not gonna be. Oh, you're. The. Oh, am I considered to be part of this team? Am I gonna be put on missions with you guys?
I thought you were just riding with us.
So did I, she says, looking sheepishly at Templar. Your expertise is hunting. I believe you and Faith have a very similar aptitude, and two is better than one. If we are requiring of hunters for a specific mission, what is your specialty? What prey do you often go for? Oh, I dealt with the animal vessel problems in the States. I guess you'd call them monsters, but you know, they're just mutated animals. Like a dog the size of a tank with like 6 legs or something. You know, shit like that.
Oh my god, Clifford. Tiger doesn't say that, I'm just saying that.
The
Tiger
big
doesn't
red-
know what Clifford is.
the big red old one.
The big red old
Yeah.
one. Eldritch music plays.
This is my dog.
Bulldog just looks over at her and just goes, why is she meant to be here?
There's nothing that says she can't be here.
When did she join the team?
She did not join the team. She is an advisory compartment for our team. Have you ever hunted
Was that
fiends before? If you know the categorization. Oh, I do. Yes, actually, they're a little more frequent than most people think, but the reason people don't think they're as frequent is because of me. She smiles. A proud statement.
Faith scoffs. Quietly. To herself. Loud enough for her to hear.
Artemis frowns, her eyes drooping as she looks over it. Faith unamused. We will need
I
to
just wanna
start.
know
Go ahead.
in case. I just want to know where to put you, just in case.
I guess I'd make
If
up.
I'm in the middle, put her with me. If I'm in the front, put her in the back. Simple as that. That'll work.
Yeah, that works. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Looks a Templar. Work confirmation.
Sounds good. I suppose we'll adjust our formation should we ever need to bring you on a mission. We still don't know where we can find its replica, which is going to make up the Bravo objective. But once we have a lead or somewhere we can start looking, it'd be good to have you with us. She nods. And next I'd like to bring up our encounter with Shugo.
I think Remnant handled that pretty well.
You're welcome.
What, in the simulation or outside?
We've only fought him in the simulation, from my knowledge.
Yeah, but there was that time that he came bursting in and made everyone but me kneel.
I don't think I was there for that.
Your character was, but you were not.
I was not.
Yeah.
Ah! My consciousness was not present at that time.
Honestly,
It's
it makes
definitely
sense. It was
sensible,
a very intimidating moment. Most people would push it out of their memory.
Yeah, everyone else basically all got down and grovel before him. Not me, obviously.
Do we
I
have
was
to
fine.
talk about this?
Obviously.
I was just making sure that I got the right thing in my mind.
Simulation.
We are referring to our engagement with Shugo in the simulation. Shugo is, I'll give him his praises, a very powerful individual. He's able to go toe-to-toe with most vessels I've met in the Siberian raid size. And, well, when paired with his entertaining brother, he almost killed me. I imagine in the 10 years since I fought him, he's only improved his abilities, as have my previous allies. And while I consider myself very powerful, my ego isn't so great as to call myself the most. There are countless vessels out there that are unregistered, unknown, no radar, not even on the grid. And yet, they can still appear when we least expect it. She brings up a recording of Bravo team, Bravo squad, in Barcelona, Spain. She shows a recording of the team escorting the Galochka. This was his rescue for asylum when seemingly all of their electronics began to be powered on, like they were charging, yet no cables were attached, and obviously there's no wireless charger. And then
I remember this.
the lights in their vehicle grew higher as if someone was turning on the headlights. And then the lights in the city began to get brighter as if suddenly there was a surge in electricity. And then merely a second later, a lightning bolt strikes and the camera breaks, cutting to a different agent's feed, which shows the entire team rolling across the ground, rain pouring on them, winds picking up as things start to fly out, and then in the sky appears some man floating, electricity sparking off his body in every direction, and the clouds rotating above him like a hurricane. This was Urakan, a Scion 7 vessel similar in power to Shugo, who engaged the party. While he engaged them alone, a foolish endeavor, and against a very powerful collective. He still managed to damage great parts of the city and nearly killed Agent Rook. As the recording shows, Rook jump in front of Raijin, taking a lightning bolt to the chest as he falls over. Were this scion more prepared or even accompanied by a few grunts, Bravo team would surely have been wiped out. These men exist. We do not know when they can attack us, or even why. But when they appear, we need to be a well-oiled machine. I'm sure Shugo would have wiped out the majority of this squad, were it not for Remnant incapacitating him. And even with him incapacitated, that short span of time would not have been long enough for us to have made a proper escape. He would have been on us minutes later, if not seconds later, and the slaughter would have resumed, just as it was. She turns off the recording.
It was the chance that mattered. The opportunity.
If you are saying that luck gave us that victory, I'm going to say that luck will give the enemy the next one.
No.
No.
Mm-mm. I'm not saying luck was a part of it at all.
She raises an eyebrow, waiting for you to elaborate.
Shugo was a problem. Our biggest obstacle in that moment being his firewall. If just a single moment can get us any kind of leverage, well, the tables can always turn in a fraction of a moment.
I agree. You would all do well to remember what she said. There are
I mean,
teams.
me personally, I think the main factor was the fact that me and Faith weren't involved. We were focusing on the hostage.
Someone had to. Someone will,
Exactly.
whatever our next mission directs us. We can't always count on everyone being present, not everyone being able to reach the section of the party that is in grave danger. But whoever is there and whoever is able needs to be very aware of how their team is moving. As Remnant said, a split-second opportunity for us means we live, and a split-second opportunity we give them means we die. I'd like to review what we did well, she says as she flips through the feed. She points out for Tiger. Incredible the way you held down Shugo. I've never seen you in that element before.
He, after a moment, kind of like blinks and shakes his head and then nods, looking at her.
Had you allowed him to move, allowed him to proceed to engage me or someone else in our party, I would not have been able to get to Remnant and Psycho in time. Unless you come prepared, she gestures at the stim tag box that is hung up on the wall. We will have members of this party bleeding out before anyone can get to them. And even if someone can get to them, their wounds may be too grievous to save them. As long as you are able to keep the enemy back and allow the rest of us free mobility, you will be doing your job exemplarily. Excellent.
That's what I do.
Looks to Faith. I haven't really come up with many critiques for you, other than you don't work with the team. You just seem to work fine on your own.
He gives her a shrug. I'm trying my best.
If there is something we can do to be more accommodating to particular skill sets or a behavior you'd like for us to engage in when we have you at our side, noted. Bringing out the best in you will assuredly bring out the best in all of us.
Understood. Faith looks around at the party. I believe a little more open communication between everyone will definitely help me feel a bit more comfortable.
I'd like to come back to that point, but noted. Looks to Hinotori. I find it interesting that the most usefulness of you in that last encounter wasn't actually your ability to murder. Moving us around, allowing us to get to our enemies or keep the enemies back, that was excellent.
Thanks.
Though, of course, she simply pops up a feed of a few different compilations of Hinatori nuking the enemy. The one feed shown of her hitting Lobo Squad on the crane with a fireball.
2 fireballs.
2 fireballs. This will always be very useful to us. I just encourage you to think more about being surgical than being nuclear. While that crane was obviously unmanned, and the surrounding areas already cleared of high explosives, operating in the city of Moscow gives us too many unpredictabilities. So shine when you can. But if there's a risk of your flames getting out of control, let the rest of us shine because of you.
She nods.
And your companion. Estella perks up. She's talking about me. I take it from the whispers I hear and the moods I can sense that not many are fond of her, you especially. But I
She
can't
frowns.
see why. If you could elaborate on that, it might help me understand it a bit better. What is your hostility towards Estella?
She brings dishonor to me and my family. My father dislikes it, and it makes me feel ashamed because of it.
Were you aware of this outcome before you fraternized with her?
She nods.
A risk taken and the consequence given. I will not direct you for how you should make with your family. That's none of my business. But I will direct you towards how you can make with this team. Stella has yet to give me an inkling that she is not cooperative or on our side. Even if her intel is shoddy or questionable, her actions, she brings up a compilation of Morgan, uh, as she released Estella briefly in New York and cut down several of the Vempiri, uh, and then shows her flying about throughout the city skyline, distracting enemy fighters. And then further compilation of Estella engaging Lobo Squad on the crane. She is a very powerful tool to have at your beck and call, and I would encourage you to use her more often. She is bound to you, correct?
Yes.
Good. She looks to Bulldog. You're a little bit of an enigma for me, I admit. Able to cripple an enemy with savage blows while also keeping yourself taking bullet after bullet after bullet. I would categorize you as sledgehammer. Which makes me wonder, how efficient do you think you are at keeping an enemy at bay compared to destroying one?
Like holding them off.
Yes. Which do you think you'd be best at? Holding them off or breaking them?
Well, I'm better at breaking them, but I can hold them off if I want to.
Hmm. I'd say you should make holding them off your default. Preventing them from getting to the rest of this team means that the rest of this team can break them for you. And of course, if one such idiot enters your reach, or you are able to quickly reach one of the more tankier enemies, break them.
Okay.
And as much as I'm not very fond of rodents, your rats is actually very useful. Ratigan, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
I'm not sure how well he'll be taken to in Moscow, considering they don't like many vessel things, but with the amount of vessel animals that run rampant in the streets, he may be something you can lean on from time to time. The mobility he grants you, and he could grant others, I imagine, will come in very handy. The same goes for Hinotori's bike, which will be very useful running around the Moscow streets. Does he require a saddle or barding?
Well, he's fine. Plenty comfortable enough for me. Besides, he shrinks and he grows as he does. Unless you have something that changes size with him, I wouldn't stress.
Alright. Looks to Remnant. Already gone over. Your sharpshooting skills are probably the best on this team. Well, firearm sharpshooting, she says when she turns her glance to Faith. And your vessel abilities are, well, horrifying, if I say so. Being able to simply remove an obstacle from our path, even for a minute, will completely change the dynamic of any encounter. As she shows the second Shugo was popped out of existence and his firewall fell, everyone just ran.
Scatter!
I'd say using your ability to cripple or, again, incapacitate the greatest threat on the field will surely be your strongest suit. And in the meantime, you are still our combat medic, so ensure that the rest of this team is able to do what they do.
As long as I can reach them.
She kind of does a general wide sweep to everyone, as long as she can reach you.
But you'll get more out of it if you drop. Keep that in mind.
Brought back from the brink, I see. She turns her glance to Psycho, her gaze to Psycho. Positioning was my greatest critique with you, and I like how things were resolved this combat. I hope positioning does not become an issue again. Having you close towards everyone else, and your... I can't call them psionics. They're a strange vessel ability you possess. But your ability to influence one's mind, inducing confusion, nausea, and she shows a clip of Mistwalker, what appears to be a cerebral malfunction, will prove very useful for taking out targets without firing off any bullets. Covert, quiet, and instant. You should use your abilities more during our stealth operations to pick people off, or cause detriments in enemies that are already causing us an issue. If you have other vessel abilities that you're aware of that you believe would be useful in a team setting, do inform me.
Uh, well, I can make people really high.
Is that going to be useful when we are being shot at?
Can you shoot people when you're high?
Not better.
Well, I can make people really high.
I believe that is all I have to say for this team's summary. But, bringing back a previous point mentioned, she looks to Faith. Open communication. There is no need to sugarcoat that not everyone in this group gets along with each other. Bulldog, you are frequently causing friction with this team. But I believe not everyone here utterly despises you enough to have written you off completely. And Faith, you know a lot about the things we are coming up against involving the extraterrestrial and extraplanar. I believe sharing information you find trivial will come to of great benefit to this party, who is ignorant to the amount of things you know. I
Faith
will...
looks straight at her and says, before she would continue, one, that's not necessarily true. I don't know everything that we're running into, and I'm not familiar with everything we've run into at this point. Two, I was referring to in combat, what people need, where people are going, what they want to do. Why do I keep getting put on a bike by Hinatori on a whim? Why do I get teleported around on a whim? Am I just supposed to accept these things? No one's running them by me. And once again, I'll circle back to my adaptability. I'm okay with these things happening, but it makes it hard to work as a team when everybody's doing their own thing.
Well said.
In
Calling our
regard to
next
my
move
information,
will be helpful for everyone to catch their bearings much quicker. Hinatori, if you're ever going to facilitate a movement, a repositioning of our party, it goes for any of you who can do such a thing, inducing heightened mobility or teleportation. You should make it very clear why you are doing it to them. If you have a certain target in mind, say that. If you are aware that you are going to do this next when you know an enemy is repositioning themselves, say it ahead of time. If we are going to have Radigan come pick someone up to bring them to Bulldog, please, Bulldog, tell us what the rat is doing. We cannot communicate with it the same way you can. If you are going to transport someone using your vessel abilities or helix scripts, looking to Hinatori, tell them where you are sending them and what their target should be. Maybe they'll give you a different target that will be easier to eliminate from the field or a little more beneficial to our current objectives and circumstances. And aside from just positioning, telling each other your target or who you are going to try to hold down or eliminate is never not going to be a useful thing to know. Dividing up who we target or who we pile on is going to make our combats run a lot smoother.
I'll be better at communicating in the future when it comes to being in the front and seeing what we have to offer or what we're facing.
She looks to Hinatori.
Yeah.
Looks to Bulldog.
Bulldog's looking out the window.
Do you agree, Bulldog?
What's that?
Do try to pay attention for a little longer.
I gotcha. I'll communicate better, whatever it is.
Tiger glares at him.
Templar glares at him. She looks to Remnant.
Yes.
And then looks to Psycho.
He blows her a kiss. You got it.
Good. With that concern addressed, looks to Faith. My concern still needs addressing.
The information I have isn't something I consider trivial nor pertinent. It's simply personal information that I don't readily give out. I'm sure you could understand that, given your history, Remnants, given her history, and anyone else here, given their history. She looks to Psycho. He is a walking box of secrets. No one here is oblivious to that fact. It's not a matter of me hiding information or keeping information. If it's pertinent and I'm asked about it, I'll say it. If I feel as though something is needed to be known, I'll say it. I'm not keeping information from anybody. What happened with Hinatori, I openly stated on numerous occasions would be a horrible idea. I was completely against it, and where I were there, I would have vocalized it again. Simply put, I wasn't there.
She weighs her
I don't
head left
see
to
what
right.
more I need. I don't see what more I need to address. And when it comes to things I know.
Do the rest of you agree with this perspective?
Oh, Joe,
I mean,
everything.
seems like it's only fair. If we're going to
Yeah,
ask her to
Tori.
be honest, we've all got to be honest as well.
Hinatori sits up and she's looking directly at Tiger when she says this. I don't exactly have any secrets that you don't already all know about, so there's nothing precisely for me to further disclose. However, I know people. She looks at everyone else, no one in particular. I know people are not sharing things, and I find it difficult to trust any of you. To have my back when you could have other aims. I barely know anything about any of you.
Hinatori, it's all very well and good you saying that you don't hold secrets, but here's some advice for you. If you ask people for what they think on a certain situation, actually take that to heart. Don't just do what the fuck it is you want to do.
She glares
Yes,
at
I
Bulldog.
agree with Bulldog.
It is my understanding that the conjuring, she raises in question, of Estella was a controversial thing to do. It was approved by the joint senior staff, but the advisory roles of your team seem to not agree with this take. You wanted to conjure Stella for the sake of gathering information on the fiend entities. Is that correct?
And also try to save a soul.
Saving a soul.
That was part of this team.
Yes, Morgan. I believe you claim to have done so. And yet still, the people here disapprove of your allegiance with Estella. I will say that I do not. It was a risky endeavor to take, but as far as I'm aware, it has lent us little consequences. Why do you not?
Crosses her arm.
She looks to Tiger, Faith, and Bulldog. Why do you not agree? Why did you disapprove of Hinatori conjuring Estella?
I also take no issue with it.
My
Not to
issue
be that
wasn't with the
guy.
summoning.
I don't
It
either.
was with he looks back at her acting on whims. Within the last 24 hours, you've done that twice with significant potential consequences. And the communication you've done with that, since this conversation's about communication, is, I think, what's lacking.
To be quite frank, I think that you pulling that shit you did with Estella is the reason why Raija is not still on this team.
Hinatori clenches her fist so tightly that her knuckles turn white.
That's an
She
unfair
asked
judgment.
you not. She asked her not to do it with any demon but Estella. Yet she still decided to do it with Estella anyway. Next thing we know, Raja's not on the team anymore.
I will say that I agree with Remnant. That is a unfair analysis. Though, considering Raijin was your commanding officer at the time, her disapproving of this conjuring should have been taken into consideration.
I would at least note that my demons are present and accounted for. Everyone knows about them. And she looks at everyone. I have no idea what's in your closets. Yet you seem very eager to condemn me. At least I share it.
What I don't like is you trying to act like this is some altruistic bullshit. Raijin, who actually knew Morgan better than any of us, asked you specifically not to do it, and you did it anyway. Why? It wasn't some altruistic bullshit. It was because you wanted to. Just be fucking honest about it.
Some of us, Bulldog, are trying to do good things in the world.
So you specifically went against the person who knew that woman best. That you trying to do good? Fuck off. Don't try and bullshit a bullshitter.
Bulldog, I have consistently stood up on your behalf on multiple occasions, and you seem to be very eager to stab me in the back for reasons I will never understand.
What do you mean, stab you in the back? I'm saying shit how I've
I
seen
made a mistake, Bulldog. So did you. Did I come down on you like that?
I made a
Or are we going to
mistake
forget the fiasco
and I
where
got
we were
locked
in
in
the
the brig
fighting
and nearly
arena?
got kicked off. You made a mistake, cried about it, and everyone fucking acted willy-nilly with it. And now I'm down a friend.
You're down more than one friend.
I don't see exactly how our shit was equal.
Well,
At least I recall in our situations, it was me who stood up for you, not Raijin. Raijin only put up with you so that you got along with us.
I didn't need you to stand up for me. If I fuck up,
tried
I
to
get treated like I fucked up.
She stands up off of her seat and points at him and says, I stood up for you because I thought you were my friend.
Really? For someone who's sticking up for me so altruistically, you seem pretty eager to use that as a thing to bat me with.
It wasn't about altruism. I was genuinely trying to be your friend.
Trying to be my friend, such as asking for my advice on the demon stuff. Then when I told you no, well, whoopsie, you do it anyway. Some fucking friend.
She sits back down and puts her hand on her face.
You can do what you want. I don't give a rat's ass. Sorry, Dragon. What I can't stand is the fact that you seem to be intent on convincing us that you're trying to do it for the good reasons. But at the end of the day, you're just doing it because you want to. I do the same shit, but at least I have the guts to be honest about it.
Faith, Templar asks, why did you not approve of Estella's conjuring?
simply on matter of principle. Having a demon amongst our ranks is displeasing to me. It goes against basically what I've spent my entire life doing, and was a disgrace to her family. I have a very high respect for the Tokugawas, and I can't imagine how Shugo felt, especially when he came in the room. Everyone saw that. Everyone knows how he felt. Everyone could feel his emotion. It doesn't take an expert to know that. I'm not here to make an argument to anyone or about anything. I'm just here to state the facts. It's not fair to him that she did this. It's not fair to me, as her appointed mentor by her father, that she did that. I'm not happy about it, and I'm not going to pretend I am. Unfortunately, I look down upon her now. That doesn't mean she's not my teammate. That doesn't mean I'm unwilling to work with her. It's just a matter of principle. Whether or not it was a mistake is irrespective of my feelings towards the matter.
To your satisfaction, would you prefer Estella be gone?
I would, but I have numerous reasons why I shouldn't get rid of her, and she has shown no ill will towards us as of now. So my hands are tied, and I, being the respectful person I am, won't talk poorly of her.
And Hinatori, given the advice thrown your way by your mentor and friend, what led you towards weighing that the conjuring was more beneficial? What was your reason, having advice from multiple angles and your own understanding for going through with it.
She looks away a moment, seemingly needing a moment to compose herself. I was hoping to garner some useful information that no one was willing to share. It's hard. All of you have your mouths kept so tight, I have no idea what's going on. Basically, any of the time. Unless it's told to me directly.
You believe that Estella held the answers that they were unwilling to share?
I believed that she knew information that was very useful to us going to Russia, seeming as her sister was recently there.
And
I was trying to research information for our next mission.
you believe that obtaining this information outweighed the risks levied by those around you?
I learned something that she pause. If she had known something that could have protected us from dying, and I'd not made that deal, and it was a very generous deal, I had not only lost a soul for an eternity in hell, for she shakes her head, a very minor price of an hour a day. I also would have potentially got us all killed. So yeah, I made the deal thinking I was protecting us, and also saving someone's doomed soul. And I at least think that's worth it. Even if I didn't know them.
A strange position to be found in where I agree with you, and the rest of your team does not. Well, not the rest. The two closest to you do not. This is not a lesson for Hinatori alone, but to all of you. Her eyes, for a moment, focus in on Bulldog. We all have varying moralities, principles, and modus operandi. Do well to understand that of the person around you, because they may just very well work against your interests if you work against theirs. If your interests align, that is what makes us a team. So I'd like to ask, why the fuck are any of you here? Tiger?
I was told to be here, and I want to protect my team.
Why do you care?
I don't want them to die.
These individuals before you, or the team of which you are put upon?
Yeah.
Not a very conclusive answer. You're saying that if these people here did not find themselves actively throwing themselves in danger, you would have no need to be here.
They're on my team, and I'm going to protect them. They're with Bermuda, so I'm going to protect them.
Might be the first robotic answer I've gotten from you, which is good. That shows a little bit of discipline. She looks to Faith. Why are you here? on this mission to Moscow?
Okay, sit yourself up. It's one in a long line of decisions made in self-interest. I'm seeking to better myself, and being with this team has proven to do that for me. I made an agreement with the patron of both Bulldog and Remnant to be here. I made an agreement with Hinatori's father to be here. I worry about Tiger, and Psycho is suspicious beyond belief. Let's not leave that unstated once again. I think everyone here is of personal interest to me,
Hmm.
if I'm being frank.
Would you risk your life
So,
for everyone of which you have personal interest in?
everyone, not necessarily. The people here, most likely.
She weighs her head, seemingly satisfied with that answer. How might we work towards your personal interests?
I'd like to just keep my word for now
You and
and
I
find Bulldog's father.
see. You and I will have a discussion in private about that then. She looks to
Mm.
Hinotori. Why are you here?
She sits back as if that was a difficult question. At first, it was to maintain my family's honor and step into my father's shoes. Now that that's out of reach, I guess it's either to die or somehow find a way back into his graces.
If
She
your
shrugs.
father were to abandon Bermuda and return to his military service in Japan, would you go with him?
No, I want to protect humanity in any meaningful way I can.
You've chosen Bermuda to be this avenue?
No, Bermuda's just fighting the things that I want to destroy.
So you're saying if you found a different faction that aligned with the same goals but more efficiently, you'd join them instead?
I am serving humanity first, Bermuda second. But I think that's in the best interest of Bermuda as well.
How might we better work towards your interests?
She shakes her head.
No recommendations? No requests?
She shakes her head. And, in fact, frowns.
That was what I like to call a individual with all of their marbles together. Bulldog. She kind of waits for him to answer.
Yeah.
Why are you here?
Better pay job than my last job. I joined MI5 because I wanted two things: to get out of the fighting pit and to find my dad. Turns out they couldn't really reliably get me out of either. So I dipped once you people in Bermuda offered me a better deal. I want to find my dad, resolve that issue, get that out of my life.
And if your dad is willing to pay you more, would you join whatever endeavors it is he is in over Bermuda?
Well, no. Not until after the vampire invasion, at least. I'm not stupid enough to go faction jumping just before a big fucking end of the world invasion.
Interesting
At least
answer.
until then, you've got my loyalty. Well, unless you try and kill me or something.
Hmm. Yet to have a reason. How might we work better towards your personal interests?
More pay.
That's such a valid answer, actually.
You say more
Honestly,
pay?
You just said more pay.
Say more pay?
he deserves a raise for that line
He
alone.
just wants a raise.
Give him a solid dollar.
This man is money, dude.
He's like, I'm greedy, give me
Give
money.
me money. Money.
30 cents increase. Let's go.
Yeah.
Noted. Looks the remnant. Why are you here?
Remnant keeps quiet for a pretty good couple of minutes. I died. My parents abandoned me. My brothers are dead. At least I hope both of them are dead. I didn't have anywhere to go. And really no purpose at the end of it all. My hometown turned into an absolute shithole, for lack of a better words. If any of you know the catastrophe that is the entire state of Maine.
A lot of you. You are welcome to give me history checks.
How long ago did this happen? That is a genuine
Oh,
question for
yeah,
whether or not Faith would know
Faith,
about this.
you would not. You would not know about this.
Okay.
I'm
thanks.
assuming I'm
know.
also out of the equation.
You're allowed to make a history check
Alright.
if you.
I might have Googled it. Or if someone mentioned in passing, I Googled it.
Ooh.
7 tracks.
Sounds about right. We'll admit it is a very high DC. Alright. Have Artie do this with advantage.
First roll of the day, guys!
First
Yay.
roll of the day. Makes sense. Hinatori. You heard this for the briefest moments while you were working with Dr. Murray during your the short stays you've had since joining Domino Squad. You didn't get the details. He didn't speak very loudly, nor did he leave many materials around for you to find on the subject, and I don't see any reason why you may have inquired into it. So this truly was something you just heard in passing. something caused a quarantine in Maine, the state of Maine in the United States. And apparently the quarantine is still ongoing. It is completely covered up by the government. And from how Murray was speaking to whoever he was speaking to on the phone, it seemed like it was a really bad disaster that occurred there. Whatever reason they had to quarantine it off, likely would cause great panic, according to his own words. And that was the information you would have been able to glean unless you chose to inquire into it more yourself. Artemis.
No.
Artemis perks up. You were in Maine?
Yes.
How long?
You mean beyond how I lived there?
Oh. When did you get out?
3 years ago.
What happened in Maine?
No, wait, hang on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did she get out 3 years ago, or was it
It
more recently?
you got out of it like a month ago.
A month ago. Okay. I think my brain got my own information confused.
Yeah.
Sorry. Rewind that. A month ago. What was your question, Jam?
What happened in Maine?
A virus. I'm sure you've seen at least one horror movie to understand what that means.
He very quickly Googles virus.
So,
You're valid either way.
zombies. Bulldog says, like, very solemnly.
Yes. That is what I am, after all.
So that's why your patrons are got a death.
Cyrus kind of turns his head in shock.
What?
She's a what? Huh?
My patron is the source. The virus
She caused
itself.
it.
No. She is simply the key element. My parents caused it. They created it. And then something happened. It went south. And they left.
Do you know where they are now?
No. I don't know how much I care, but they're probably most likely still alive. I imagine on a beach, maybe Venice. Mother always liked Venice.
Artemis leans forward in her chair, puts her hands over Remnant's hands. I'm so sorry.
That's rough. That's rough, buddy.
I'm blessed with my current apathy about the situation.
Nods to Remnant. I can't speak much about it. She kind of looks to Remnant cautiously. It's all classified. I don't even think Remnant should be talking about it, but I mean, it's where she came from. I'm not gonna stop her.
Probably not. But if this entire thing is about trust and not keeping secrets, who else should I put that trust in than you?
I mean, just for the record, I didn't keep any secrets. I've always been pretty open about what I'm here for.
You know what I mean.
Yeah,
haven't-
no, I appreciate it.
I haven't told
I guess
anyone
my point
about
is
this.
that my point is if we're looking for someone who needs to say what it is that they're doing here, he looks over directly at Cyrus. I think we're looking in the wrong place.
And Cyrus throws his hands up in the air, man. Like,
A bit of
what do you
patience
want
as we allow
from me?
Remnant to air out what appears to be a long-held grievance.
I wasn't saying it as if I needed to prove anything. I'm saying it because I was asked. And we're not surrounded by a crowd of strangers. She kind of glances at Bulldog
Hmm.
because it is personal. But other than having nowhere to go and feeling as if on some level I need to
I
rectify the sins of my father and mother, that is probably it.
No, man, I get it. I get it. Trust me, if anyone's going to understand parental issues, it's going to be me.
Hmm.
I believe most people here have watery situations with their parentage. Well, I can't speak for Psycho and Artemis, who I know the least.
Tiger
How
doesn't feel
about
like
we
he's
amend
included
that
in
then?
this endeavor, but it's okay if people think he is.
If you found your parents, Remnant, what would you do?
I'm not sure.
Would you want them arrested to be brought before justice? Would you want to kill them? Bring justice yourself? Or just let it go?
Letting it go is probably the strongest of the three options. Having them arrested seems the most logical option. Though for what, I'm not entirely sure.
Artemis adds, if we could find them and arrest them, it would be the right thing.
I wouldn't stop it. Killing them, I think, would only be on the table if I didn't feel the way I feel right now.
And how do you feel right now?
Nothing.
Hmm.
It's the only thing keeping me together. I don't know if I'd be here if I was able to feel anything stronger than this.
How might we work better towards your personal interests?
She gets quiet again. Just keep me.
Not
Very
the hitting
well.
very home for Tiger. Ooh.
She lets that settle in, her eyes closing as she kind of lets that mess, or yeah, muddy into her mind. And then she opens her eyes again, passing her glance over to Psycho. You're here because we brought you here. Do you have any
Well, I'm
reason you want to go to Moscow, embark on this mission for Bermuda, other than you're also searching for Mr. Bremer?
um well I think being part of a top secret organization is pretty cool.
Hmm.
Am I wrong for that? Like, y'all came and got me, and I like it here. Am I wrong for that?
Artemis puts a hand on Psycho's shoulder. No. Good for you.
Who's your patron?
And what?
Your patron. Who is it?
That mean gang.
Templar squints on Psycho.
What did Psycho say? Hang on. Yeah, what? What did you say?
What
I
does
heard
that
gang.
mean?
What does that mean?
What does that mean, gang? It's so funny.
Okay.
That tattoo you got on you. It's a symbol. Symbol that you said you got it from something that you didn't even remember, right?
This got to be like some sort of like memory loss thing, bro. I told you, I got high, went on a bender. Do you know what a bender is, Bulldog?
I'm familiar.
Yeah, I went on one of those. Was intoxicated, high, and then I woke up and I had a tattoo on me. I'm a goddamn rock
Sure.
star. You feel me?
Sure. And that tattoo just so happens to very, very closely resemble the ones that me and Remnant have.
Remnant
Is
Listen,
that
himself.
what
man,
you're telling me to believe?
I got a lot of famous people around me. I got a lot of people. I've probably been robbed in my sleep. People have probably done a lot of stuff to me in my sleep. You know, like there's a lot of people around. It's a party. Who knows? I could have literally been like, yeah, I'll get a tattoo. There's probably some guy giving out free tattoos. I was out a solid
Huh.
six days.
Psycho.
You can keep waffling, but I don't believe you.
Do you believe that there is some greater purpose to your vessel abilities?
I believe that people that got it, and the people that don't. I believe that I got it. And I mean, if I got it because God saw me and said that, damn, that is one fly ass kid. I mean, she.
You are so funny.
Artemis is holding back laughter.
Do not
Yeah.
mistake my lack of laughter to indicate anything less. I find you absolutely hilarious.
Listen, man, I'm just saying, some people are just gifted, you know? And shit, I
She
guess
nods
I
in
was fucking
agreement.
gifted. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like, I was just a guy
Yeah.
doing maybe not so legal things, you know? God saw me, or whoever saw me. I don't even believe in God, if I'm being completely honest. But, hey, you know, in life, you take what you get. And I woke up one day like the man.
Well, Why are you looking for Mr. Bremer then?
Work, brother. You feel me? At the end of the day, I do information brokering.
Someone else asked
And
you to find Mr. Bremer before us.
yeah, this is a business thing.
And who might that be?
Ooh, Sam, I'm pulling out the card.
Oh,
The card?
The card.
Where is it? Where is it?
This is awesome.
when you cast this spell...
Oh, but I remember this. I
That's
remember this.
so funny.
Oh, that's
I'm
awesome and doesn't work on me.
dying.
And/or I have advantage on it, whatever the thing is.
That's
Woo!
Gift,
I'm
No, is there
Gift-
even a roll for
Gift
this?
of Gab, I
Yes.
don't believe has a save unless I'm
it doesn't.
looking at it.
It just says
Yeah, I think it
That's
just
so
happens.
fucking funny.
Gift
How
of
does that
Gab,
work with my thing then?
I'm tearing up.
I mean, shit.
That's so fucking funny.
So what's the
ping-
save DC again?
No,
It's
it,
not.
it doesn't
One.
have one. Ping your thing,
just happens.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Tiger's
that
probably the
one.
only one that might have like
Something.
an out card for this.
No, would not apply because this is not charming you.
Damn.
Is it?
It might be something in your iCloud memory.
Yeah, I think it's iCloud
You're immune
memory.
to memory affecting altering effects.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
Yep,
it.
that's
Tiger,
it.
Tiger
My
would
God.
not be affected by the spell. but
Awesome.
Everyone
This is so
else
funny.
in the room is.
That's not true. Hinatori wasn't paying attention. She doesn't care.
Didn't even hear it.
She doesn't have any
simply
memory to
not
erase.
here.
There is there is a moment in the conversation where Templar goes, and who might that be? No, correction, because you're going back before that. She asks, why were you searching for Mr. Bremer?
Sorry, I'm still
Tiger,
laughing about
you
it.
feel... I mean, literally just happened. Saigo, do you want to describe what this would have looked like to anyone who wasn't
I
affected by
love
it?
this. I love this.
All I'm imagining is Psycho said that shit and his patron would like, hey, run that back. Hold on.
One more
Hold
time,
on, hold
actually.
It's like I like to imagine like a record scratch, like in one of those old
Yeah.
TV shows. Like
Yeah.
I
Describe it
guess
for me, babe.
Yeah, I guess Tiger would see Cyrus's eyes widen as he's realizes the rabbit hole he has now found himself in. And he is going to flash, or his eyes are gonna flash like it's gonna be like a Men in Black type of flash.
Awesome.
You know, like this purple light, his eyes will illuminate and flash out at everybody, and he's gonna look at Tiger, seemingly unaffected, while
Yeah.
I assume everyone else would have some sort of reaction.
Everyone else's eyes turn purple, glazing over for just half a second before Wisp exits their eyeballs and they resume where they were 6 seconds ago. You do not see the Wisp
Tiger just
exit.
tilts his head.
Yeah, the Wisp does not exit Tiger, and only you see this magic take effect. Tiger, you would just see a purple flash, and then that's it. The conversation proceeds as it would go. However, a small
People are talking
indicator
back to it.
goes off saying, warning, warning. Doo-doo. Warning, no longer detected.
He looks confused, but says nothing.
why?
Templar then
Because
goes.
I like to make your life hell.
Templar goes.
Uh,
And why were
This
you?
conversation didn't happen for Tiger.
Let it play out.
Why were you searching? For
Tiger
Mr.
is
Bremer?
intrigued.
You hear Templar repeat herself.
Look at how long it's taken him to respond. He's a bullshit artist.
And he has a reason. I just want to know what that is. If it's to kill him, then she shrugs. I'm sure we can pay him double whatever his hunter asked of him. If
Is he
it's
also your father?
ah, that'd be a strange connection, but I guess it may explain why both of them harbor similar tattoos.
Oh,
Might he
I don't
also
have
be
the
your
affliction.
father?
If,
Remnant? He says jokingly.
no, there's a difference. When I was looking in the vision when I took this axe, the people in that vision, they had tattoos that were like mine. These two, it's similar, but it's different.
God forbid I tell a joke.
Yeah, well, now isn't exactly the time for it being funny. We're on the precipice here, and I want to know that I can trust this dick. You might find him fucking hilarious, but I think there's something more to him.
Oh, Psycho, what business do you have with Mr. Bremer?
Are you tipped off about him somehow?
Sam,
Me?
can I ask my
God help!
patron
God help! God help!
to tell or to remind me what the fuck I told these guys when I first came? Because I swear I
No, you
said
did have a reason. No, you did have a reason before. I just forget it as
I also
well.
I
forget the
also
exact one. I think it was something along the lines of, I need to find him for a bounty collection, and I can't
because I
explain further
swear,
than that out of like
yeah, I
private
swear I literally
confidentiality.
said like business. I cannot disclose business, but it's for business.
It's for business, and then you gave the argument of I wouldn't disclose your business if you came to me. It's just honest work.
I did say that.
But now we're disclosing business.
Now Templar is asking, disclose your
To
business.
disclose business. God damn. Okay.
God help! God help! God help!
Yeah, can I get a lifeline?
Lifeline.
Can I call it in?
Yo, what
Literally
is he?
calling a friend.
What does he suggest? What does he suggest?
It's like I was sweating over here.
Patron's
You
probably
know,
sipping a fucking martini.
I'm
He
guessing.
probably is.
You look into yourself for a moment as it feels like time dilates around you and slows. Your patron seemingly sparks up out of wherever they were. You've been around these people too long. Your tongue has gotten looser. It's okay. Knowing about me now may cause some confusion. So how about you know who else has this tattoo, since it seems to be such a hot topic? You've seen him with it, so you got curious to look into it. A personal project.
I would mentally dap this man up if I could.
You do. You do.
I do. I do.
You dap up your patron, and then time resumes as everyone has their little chatters with each other, and then Templar, still steely-eyed, locked in on you, is waiting for an answer.
Listen, man. I also have questions about my tattoo. So I looked into people that had it. And my guy found the guy.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I mean, shit.
So you're
Has
telling
Psycho
me
ever?
that on a fucking whim, You were able to find someone who the entire breadth of Bermuda's research team couldn't find a fucking whiff on. Yeah, bullshit.
I'm
Now,
sorry,
now,
man.
Bulldog. Who
You
is
can't.
this guy? What business does he pertain to?
The guy that found him?
Yes. Your contact that I'm sure we're all going to have a charming meeting with.
We're gonna what?
We are going to follow your lead. That is why we brought you in, why we didn't execute you.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What
He
does
goes
he
by the
do?
name. Uh, his name is Poker. Um, and he's just my guy. He's my guy in the chair. You know, Piss Walker. I mean Fist Walker. I mean Miss Walker. He has a guy.
Psycho.
You seem a little nervous there, Psycho. You seem always so sure-footed. Might this contact be someone you've had close relations with?
I mean, he wouldn't, but no.
Then
Despite my best efforts.
this is someone you hold in some personal close esteem?
Hey man, that's my dogs. That is my homie. That is my day one mans from the mud,
Then let me make
from the
it
sandbox.
clear now. I do not give a fuck about your homie. All I care is about the information he seems to have. So if
And we're
you
gonna get that information. Templar, baby, chill. Come on. Like, I got you guys. This shit is easy. We're gonna walk in there. We gonna know exactly where he is. You feel me? We gonna get our shit done. Am I right? You know, Miss Secure the Objective. I mean, is that not why I'm here? You feel me? Like,
does he work for
come
the
on.
syndicate?
No, he does not.
She narrows her eyes on Psycho. Has he worked with the syndicate?
Would it matter?
Yes. If you answer yes to that question, I assure you, it will not affect the outcome of our meeting with him.
So you guys are not gonna kill him, regardless of what the answer is.
Psycho, you work with the syndicate. Jet was in the syndicate. Looks to Bulldog. He still has active ties to the syndicate.
Listen, man, you guys, I love you guys, but you guys are quite literally feds, you know, and you know, once again, love you guys, but I'm just saying, like I remember when I said that I used to not really do not so legal shit back in the day.
Hardly surprising.
I know, right? Like I'm an angel. So ultimately, it's business at the end of the day. Like if you want this information, like you feel me, like he can't be touched. You feel me? Like that's really what it is. Otherwise, then you know this lead that you know, shout out to Luma, but she wasn't even able to get is gone. And do you care about locking somebody up, or do you care about getting the objective done?
So you're looking for asylum for him?
Is he looking for? Oh, yes. Uh, Cyrus Google's what asylum means. Yes, that is yes.
Bullshit.
Why are you mad about that answer, Bulldog?
There's no way that he's telling the truth.
I don't think he's telling the full truth. Templar is going to insight Psycho. You wish to make a deception or
Fucking
persuasion roll.
shit, man.
You may make either
Damn
one
it.
to GM, and I'll just say what the number is. Hey, Templar. Doing great, sweetie.
Oh, Templar. Oh, Templar.
He has her suspicions.
Like Bulldog should too, but you know, if
Number-
he just chooses to believe his thing, he's just choosing to believe his
Bulldog
thing.
can make an insight if he pleases.
Hold up.
Psycho rolled a 15.
Hold on.
Okay. Holding on.
Hold on. Wait, fuck. Fuck. Hold on. Okay.
Can
Okay.
I also roll?
You are allowed to. Anyone who wishes to insight him may.
Isn't it just like
I know he's lying about
knowing-
something. He just reversed time to do it.
We're speaking.
I'm so cooked.
No, that's fine.
Faith
You
doesn't
got
care
it.
about this part of the story.
This is funny. Really, it's just Bulldog you have to worry about.
Yo, this guy Bulldog is on my.
I mean, technically, if you want to blame anyone, blame Faith.
Bro,
Faith,
trust
Faith
me.
was the one who distracted him.
Believe me. I know. Me and Faith were ops. I hate you, Isaiah.
Oh, that's so
All I'm
funny.
saying is Hinatori and Bulldog were going at it, and Faith's like, but that guy?
But like, don't cut him. All attention on that one right there.
I know
She
you
really
guys are
wants to.
settling your beef, but do you remember about that guy?
Top moment.
Faith
guy
isn't
that
even
has this
insight
bit of-
checking you right now. Let's just put that out there.
He's so sure of it.
Psycho, do you wish to take the role you made, or do you wish to augment it in any way?
Hero point. Hero point.
Hero point. Hero point.
Hero point. Hero point.
It's just so sad because it's like this would have been an amazing thing.
Hero point. Hero
How
point.
often can I do this shit, bro? Oh my god!
I hope you just got in that one. That would be really funny.
Fuck, man. Okay, you know what? I can use hero points to restore resources. Yeah.
Correct.
Or
Fine.
roll.
You can you reveal it?
Do you want me to? I mean, you are allowed to publicly post that if you want.
I think it's a little bit spicy for the players to know.
Hey, go ahead, bro.
Ew.
Go ahead and ping it if you wish.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit spicy for the players.
We're being fed.
We're being given the tea. You were talking about tea earlier. We're getting the tea
You
now.
need to ping it again, Shay.
Just pin it again,
Yeah.
just outside of GM. Okay, but I'll do that. You know, just for a little spice. You feel me? Just for a little.
Ooh.
Hey, so Bulldog, you believe me?
You've heard Cyrus lie. You've heard him make obvious lies, at least. You've heard him try to make good lies. Sometimes you almost believe him. Sometimes you hold your own inner suspicions. Sometimes you can't even begin to accept what he said is the truth, despite the people around you believing it to be. In this particular instance, you fall into that last category, where you don't want to believe that that's the truth, but you can't find any flaws or tells or immediate standout points about his behavior that makes it seem like he was lying, like that wasn't what he already knew to be the truth. You are still allowed to doubt him. Of course, I'm not going to control your character, but in the instance that he spoke, it did not seem as if he was lying, based off your previous observations of Psycho.
Which bit of information is it that he doesn't think
It-
he's lying on?
It was that he is.
I would say.
It was the. I mean, if you want, go ahead.
I would say whatever you incited me on.
The
Whatever
insight.
it was that you incited me on.
Templar incited him on the details pertaining to his contact. That it was through his contact that he found Bremer, and that it is a personal project.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he was doing on the same thing.
So
I mean, I understand that it's part of the ability. I don't understand how he could not think he's lying.
Well, you could simply
'Cause
not
he's
want
just
to
fully
believe it.
convinced.
yeah,
Well, like I say, that's kind of the way he's at the moment. He's literally just at the point where anything he says, he's not going to believe it.
Yeah.
I think in that
That's just
case, it's
Bulldog.
that.
That's not an uncommon thing for Bulldog to just
Well,
not want to believe anyone
I
ever.
think it's that before it was like you knew he was lying, but now it's like
You just want him
don't
to
know.
be.
yeah.
Like,
now
yeah,
you're
like
on. Now
you-
You're not sure, but you just want him to be wrong.
You are genuinely unsure if he was lying.
Before, like you had me, but now it's like it's suspicion again.
Templar seems moderately satisfied. She kind of waves her head left to right. All right.
Wait, did you just release a song?
She,
Cyrus is gonna look at fucking Tiger.
You said the
Like-
word that I remember that popping up.
Bro, Cyrus is
Earlier.
gonna look at Tiger
I can follow
like-
Psycho's Spotify.
with like a smile and a tear. And he's just gonna look at you like, why now?
you are still releasing music, Cyrus. Is this music once again pertaining towards Bermuda? She says as she leans over Tiger's shoulder and says, "Show me."
Oh, Tiger sends it to the group chat.
He does
And-
what?
Faith deletes it.
God bless Faith. Faith's the real one in this moment for Psycho. The complete lack of care.
You all receive a Spotify link to Pisswalker, topic dash Cyrus cult, or why so Cyrus?
Listen, Tiger internalized him saying "piss walker," blah 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 blah, and he was like, "No wait, this is a good awkward silence. I just recalled that, and I saw that earlier this morning. Wait."
The title of the track underneath the artist Why So Cyrus is Pisswalker, and the link to the track is there.
Now listen. Wait. Listen. Wait.
You know what? You know what? How about this? How about we all listen to it again?
Yeah.
I'm gonna stream it for the stream.
I would love to, but I don't know how much time I have left tonight.
Fair enough.
Without wishing to like rush things or anything.
Very valid.
Very
Um,
valid.
Cyrus would say, "Listen, all right, I need an alibi. You feel me? If I just stop dropping music, that would look super bad, right? People are gonna be like, yo, where's Wise Osiris? What the hell? He hasn't dropped music. He usually be dropping music like every month, right? So, what I did was I actually just like I know another guy that does my beats, and then I already like I just send him like pre-recordings and he just puts it together so it's not even
As Psycho is explaining himself, he would see Artemis put a hand over her mouth, clearly listening to it. And you would see Templar like one eyebrow raise as she's listening to it go on and go on.
You are a funny little man.
Damn. The way you say that doesn't make me believe you.
I'm sorry. It's the
Can
only
we
tone I
please
have.
focus, people? Weren't we just talking about who his contact was? Get back on topic.
Okay.
So, this contact of yours, how do you get into contact with him in the first place?
Okay,
How'd you
listen,
meet him? Where'd you meet him?
listen. You're grilling me. I'm doing you a favor. You want to meet your dad? You're gonna meet your dad. I don't know why you're on my shit. You feel me? Like, I just think it's crazy. Y'all are goddamn Secret Service, FBI, whatever the fuck. And little old me, I found this person. Now, instead of praising me and being like, oh my God, thank you so much, you guys are grilling my ass. This is your dad,
Yes, because it doesn't
not
make
mine.
any fucking sense.
It does
Amen.
a little bit. Barely.
Fuck off. It doesn't make any sense.
That's fine
All I'm
for
saying
your
is,
mentality, Bulldog, but understand that the CIA has been fucking us for the last year. Bravo team had it in their
What?
side.
Why the fuck would the CIA be protecting William Bremer?
They're not. Their incompetence is. The CIA has been looking into the syndicate for the better half of the last 5 years. And as you can tell by how much the syndicate, ran your life, and they currently still run most of Europe, I don't know, would you say the CIA has done a good job at stopping them? No.
So, what I'm hearing from this is that me joining up for this whole fucking operation in the hopes of finding my dad was apparently me being a colossal twat, because what I should have done is just stuck with the syndicate.
or come to me,
Because
but
apparently there's some.
no, he would have just butted in and be like, or come to me.
I can't determine what
Is
the
that what you're
past
trying to tell me, Templar?
I'm trying to tell you that William Bremer has, from what my assumptions are, given the limited information we are receiving from Psycho, connections to the syndicate. And given how the syndicate was manufacturing the Ephetos and how it is still our suspicion, based off the information you've given us, that William Bremer possesses it now, that either he works for the syndicate or he's working against them, considering the Ephetos was in syndicate hands when we went to go collect it. So, there is a lot of moving pieces here, and clearly your father isn't in one group or the other, obviously, or objectively, for a better word. While the CIA had no reason to go after William Bremer until now, it seems the syndicate looks to Psycho, or at least Cyrus had reason to look into the specific man you are also looking for. One might call it a coincidence, one might call it a stroke of luck, one might call it the world acting in a funny way in funny times. Cope.
One might call it bullshit, Commander.
Either
Regardless,
way,
we're looking for your dad anyways.
I'm just saying. Fact of the matter is, if I wasn't here, you guys still would be running laps wherever the fuck you would be.
fact of the matter
That's all I'm
is,
saying.
if
Who's
you
your
had,
patron?
I keep
If we all
hearing
asking questions,
this word
then
patron, assuming that refers to your extraplanar relations.
Yes,
Why does that matter?
I know he has one. He's just
We are.
hiding it.
We already hashed this out, Bulldog. He doesn't remember.
I don't buy that.
listen.
Are we forgetting this guy's entire moveset, his entire power system revolves around mentally fucking with people?
Yeah, and he can't do that to me, can he?
He's gonna sheepishly smile at Tiger.
As far as we know, he hasn't done that to any of us.
What makes you believe he can't do
Yeah,
it
as
to you,
far as we
Tiger?
know.
Hey,
He
yo.
clicks on the back of his neck.
Huh? Oh,
Your neural is somehow immune to this, to his abilities. Have you tested this?
I've had a couple of creatures in the past try to manipulate my brain. Doesn't work.
How do you know it's the same as what he does? It could be on a higher ethereal plane. We have no idea how his power systems would work with you. How do you know he hasn't been messing around with
Alright,
your
do
head?
it right now, Psycho.
Huh?
You wanna
Uh,
test it out?
um, what do you mean? Like you want me to?
Try to manipulate me.
Uh, oh,
For the sake of
okay.
maintaining our team's cohesion, I'm going to say we drop it. Cyrus, Psycho, correcting. If when we get to Moscow, your lead ends up being dry, where does that leave you?
All I'm saying is, don't worry about it. We'll find him. I'll tell you what. Let me strike you a deal. If we don't find this guy, y'all can kill me. I'll put my life on it. We don't find this William dude, y'all can kill me.
Done. Very well. What can we do to work towards your personal interests?
Oh, I love it. I love it. Just follow my lead and promise me that my lead doesn't die.
If your poker friend leads us in a good direction, bare minimum, he'll be fine.
Okay, and also don't come in like feds, please. Like I could like
This collective did well enough in the heart of the Kharkiv Mafia's home. I don't see why they would fare any differently in Moscow. Then again, I have not been in Moscow in some time, so who knows? Maybe your faces are put on every wall like wanted posters.
I'm just saying,
Wait, really?
Templar, I know your history in Russia. And like it doesn't take much, if you're not careful for people to be like, oh, wasn't that the ultra op? Wasn't that the you know misfed?
I assure you I will not do anything that causes unwanted attention.
All right, sounds good. I'm so excited. He kind of like rubs his hands together. This is gonna be so much fun, guys.
You're allowed to execute him if this goes wrong, Bulldog. She looks to
Who?
Artemis. And why are you here? She seems like she wasn't expecting to be asked the question. She kind of like shuffles in her seat. Her eyes dart to Faith and then back to Templar.
Faith shrugs.
I think this is probably the best place for me to be. I did a lot of good work in the homeland. Homeland security, I should say. And I mean, Bermuda is clearly the people who are going to be defending the homeland next. Seems like the next step up. And some of my friends are here. Nova, Galileo, Twilight, Faith. People I know, people I get along with. Seems like I'll be right at home. Templar nods. And your only purpose is to fight alongside your friends, career seeking? protectiveness. Well, I also want to just see what's out there. I had a lot of fun. I won't say it wasn't fun hunting down monsters. I look forward to seeing the next monster I get to hunt. It's kind of what drives me. Hmm. And what can we do to help you in your personal interests? Not kill each other is probably a good place to start.
No promises.
Huh?
I would hope that changes. Uh,
Don't worry. I'll just bring you back.
Oh, she
The
said that
most
to me.
disconcerting fucking.
Oh.
she shifty eyes looks at Remnant and Psycho. Hopefully, um, not end up releasing a bunch of monsters in Moscow. If we're right about this being Arachne, then this is probably a horde monster. Which means that when we find one nest, it likely isn't a small one. So, if for whatever reason we end up finding one very quickly or somewhere we don't expect it to be, then don't just try to kill it. It might accidentally wake all of them up. That would be helpful. Let's not do anything rash. I think that's a good summary. She nods. Puts her hands behind her back.
Makes sense.
Templar looks down the line again. I suppose I should be the last one to go then. I'm here because my last organization turned their back on me. They deemed me too dangerous, so they wanted to eliminate me. They failed. And when Mother Russia dictates you an enemy, and the rest of the world knows you to be an enemy, there's not a lot of places you can really find asylum in. Bermuda, well, the United States, I should say, before Bermuda became a thing, was the only place that gave me such asylum. I don't know where else I could go if it wasn't Bermuda. Not a lot of places are really welcoming to a vessel with military connections to the Russian government and, well, who fought against most of the combined nations during the Korean War. I'm not very well liked, and it's not like I really know anything else besides soldiering. It's been the only thing I've done my whole life. She kind of looks at the ground, trying to collect her thoughts. I'm here because this is the only home left for me. As for what you could all do that would help my personal interests, follow orders. Try not to be at each other's throats. And do everything in your power to ensure the mission gets done, even if I'm not around. Even if you're the last man standing. You get the job done. Is that understood?
Tiger nods.
Yes.
You know, Templar, you and I got a lot in common.
Looks at Psycho, little unamused. I hope not.
Yeah.
For your sake more than mine.
Damn.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to do since we're going directly back to those people?
By now, it would have been impossible for them to not have addressed that I'm alive. So, I think it might be either a arrest party claiming me a traitor, or a pardon. I don't think they can do either in between. Either they'll want the U.S. government to hand me over to them as a show of good faith, or they'll pardon me as a show of good faith to the U.S. I don't particularly know this new president. She wasn't in lobby when I was there. And a lot of her rhetoric seems to be forgiving for some part. So it's a 50-50. She smiles. If they ask for my arrest, well, I don't plan to be arrested. I'll simply abstain from serving in Domino's squad as their commander, in which case another one will surely be brought up for you. If they pardon me, she pauses. You can see a lot seems to brush by her face, like the thought of it only now hitting her that it could be possible. I don't know what we await if they pardon me. Takes in a breath. I'd say we just proceed as planned in that case. Go to the embassy, follow suit with our orders, and begin our investigation.
Can I insight her for that little bit?
Go ahead.
I want
Awesome.
to incite her too. So curious.
I know, that pause was so intriguing.
May I?
You may. You're all looking at her.
We all are paying attention unless we're Hinatori, who's listening to Pisswalker on repeat.
Yo.
She's
Oh,
staring
wait.
out the window.
Does this count as an
Listening to
ability
Pisswalker
check? I
on
completely forgot to
repeat.
ask that.
It is, yeah. Insight rolls or ability checks.
Damn.
Oh yeah, y'all are at
I should have done it for the last one too.
Yes, you guys are -3.
Yeah, she's hella tired.
Oh!
In your
That's so cute
character
of us.
sheets, even there is a damn.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I just read it and I'm like, oh heck.
You would not be rolling with disadvantage, but in your, I was gonna say there's an exhaustion
I wouldn't.
meter because I do exhaustion differently.
Oh, okay.
I'll just put it in and then toggle it. It just does a -3 to all the things you do.
Oh, okay. Then never mind that 8-1.
Yeah, go ahead and put that in for you now. But that would mean that you rolled a 18.
Well, at least one of
Okay.
us.
She seems hopeful.
Aw.
Templar's usually apathetic, even in terrible circumstances, and there has not been many good circumstances for her to be happy. But you've only ever seen her content or pleased, or amused even. There is a hopeful look as she ponders the possibility of being pardoned by her government. And, clearly there is a deep history. You can't tell what's on her mind. You can't actually read her mind, but you can assume she's thinking about the people there, if not thinking about just her home in general that she has not visited in a long time.
Okay.
Is anyone going to say anything to her?
I don't know
The
what to
faith?
say.
Okay, yeah, well, then Faith will. Faith will say, respectfully, I don't see how it's good politics for them not to have disclosed whether or not you were going to be pardoned on arrival. we shouldn't be met with any surprises.
Well, this isn't exactly us having our good foot forward. We did cataclysmically fail at protecting the world leaders in New York, and we're not the people who are being looked at the most fondly for this. Not to mention, they're still not part of NATO. They don't have to obey any international laws. Or customs, I suppose. They didn't disclose anything pertaining to me, and since Olympus nor Luma has informed us about any special matters pertaining to me, I imagine they don't know either. They're hoping either this will get settled upon arrival, or they won't raise it as an issue.
Then forgive my ignorance.
No,
I'm
it's a
grateful.
good question. I'm also curious to see what happens.
So whatever happens, you just want us to accept it?
For the best. This is a peace summit. We are to maintain the peace.
He nods.
So.
I want to talk to Odin.
Got you. Templar
It's a little
says,
blunt.
that would conclude this team meeting. She looks at her watch. Oh, look at that. A nice, solid hour and a half killed. Well, strap in for the last 3 hours and a half. I suppose the last hour and a half before we actually re-enter the atmosphere.
I'm going to fix my makeup.
Yes. Do try to look sharp.
Then me next.
All right.
Because I know Fredo is pressed for time and I would like to get this session into Moscow.
Yeah.
Let us do the Odin bit.
Knowing my luck, I'll have to leave just as we get to Moscow.
Mm-hmm. That would be unfortunate.
I don't think I have enough time.
How long does your ritual take?
I have 4 hours. I'm trying to see if I have something that shortened it since. I don't think I do.
Yeah, it is. I think it is because it's a part of a long rest. You can do this.
Yeah. I think I need 11th level to be able to do it in shorter time. If you want to cram it
Jeez.
into 3.5, I'm not gonna say, oh, we can't do that, but
I mean,
It's
we
just a
could just say
6-hour
that
flight.
we could just say that the Templar stuff took up less time than
Yeah, sure.
Sam said.
It sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
why not?
Alrighty. Then everyone divvies up post meeting. Everyone has a hand in the center. No, you don't. Everyone hates each other. Everyone. All right, break.
I have
Everyone
no
goes do
ill
the thing.
will towards the people here.
One second.
Not true.
Don't tell
Nor do
call me
I.
a liar.
Damn.
I can't wait for Remnant to do Psycho's makeup and just have a conversation with him.
It's gonna be great.
He's gonna be Yosif.
Honestly, I'm gonna cry when Bulldog finds out.
The party divvies
Casually
up.
helps with eyeliner.
Faith and Bulldog separate probably near the back of the dropship ramp just to have their moment to set up the circle.
Yeah, we need a bit of room.
Bit of room. Draw the circle with your blood. Bulldog similarly applying a drop of his. The ritual begins and you enter this long meditation. So you see the circle starts to pulse. 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 And I'll say over the flight, eventually you guys do re-enter atmosphere. A slight distraction, but I'm gonna say that the collective, whoever wishes to aid, probably just Templar, unless you want to assist, would make it so that you guys are stable enough to maintain concentration upon entering the atmosphere. You would feel the tug of gravity normally pull you back down onto the dropship, no longer the artificial stuff. after 4 hours. This would be happening into you guys entering Moscow, so you two would be unconscious for the entry, but that's fine. The circle hums, no longer pulsing, and then the blood circle, the ritualistic runes carved into it, freeze. Crystals forming out of the blood until your feet and your legs are also covered in these red crystals. And then, like nitrous gas lifting off of the circle, your feet are covered in fog. And then the fog grows and grows and grows until your entire body is swept up in this strong blizzard breeze. And just as your eyes are covered, you kind of shield yourself from the incoming winds. It clears. A tall tree, gargantuan. The branches alone tower over skyscrapers. The trunk itself must be larger than mountains. As you stand at the base of it, this long field stretched out before you, and you stand atop a hill. A smaller tree behind you. And at the bottom of the tree, a man holding a cane, a staff more so. One eye covered by an eye patch. Opens his eye, stares at you two. Valkyrie, to what do I owe this visit?
Not being as straight formal as last time, she gives a small bow and says, "Your patron wished to speak with you. I'm simply meeting his demand as his assistant of sorts. This is not a matter for me this time."
Yes, one eye turns towards Bulldog. You feel a sense of home that you may not have felt in a long time. This warm autumn breeze streams across your body, your armor gone, you're just yourself, your normal clothing, your weapons gone. See the tall grass all around
Nice.
you, and the man before you standing underneath the tree as he raises his hand out and beckons you forward.
Bulldog walks forward as far as he can towards him.
Thanks for having me. I have some things we need to discuss.
You may not get the answers you're searching, but you will get 3 answers from me. I can sense your circumstances have changed. I can sense your circumstances will worsen. What
Oh,
is
great.
it?
That's nice to hear.
What is it that you seek from me?
I want some answers. People in my team, the people that surround me, I don't trust them, not entirely. This fella in particular, Psycho. I don't know if his name's ever come up to you. Cyrus Colt. He's got a certain symbol, resembles the one that you brand your followers with. Said this one's a bit different.
The mark of the raven. Different from yours.
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
Can Bulldog like project his memory of the thing into the scape?
Sure. You present either with your magic or with your vines stretching out and taking shape in the form of the bird. He tilts his head at it. I do recognize this raven.
Yeah.
You do not hold hostility towards the man bearing this raven.
It gives me a feeling, an ick of some sorts, similar to what I get around demons and whatnot. Makes me feel uncomfortable. As for the man himself, I think he's a jackass, but in terms of any outward feeling of negativity, outside of thinking of him as a clown, no, not really.
I've only seen this symbol on one man. It would be wrong to speak the name, but know that you are in the presence of a trickster. One whose mischief has plagued the gods for countless eons.
We're talking about the ice giant, brother of Thor, adopted son of you, Odin.
A mistake we will never recover from. That is one of your answers.
Hmm. Fucking knew it. What can I do about him? He plays some weird mind tricks. I don't know exactly how he works, but I need to be able to convince the rest of my squad that he's up to something.
Respectfully, I don't need any convincing.
Yeah, well, you're kind of on a bit of a higher plane than the rest of us.
Katie throws the back of her head.
You
And
see the man before you pace, seemingly in thought. You hear ravens above him yell, squawking to the top of their lungs, as if there was an announcement being told to him. All of them speaking with each other. The sound eventually gets so overwhelming that you can't even hear yourself think, and then they all pause. For now, his goals are shrouded. His motives questionable, but not entirely against you. He turns his head.
Mhm.
I cannot foretell what you must do, nor can I foretell what you should do. I foretell that you will have to trust him, and that he will have the choice to live up to that trust.
Bulldog frowns deeply.
That's terrible advice.
It is what I can foretell. That was your second answer.
Oh man, Gramps, you're killing me here.
He just rubs the back of his neck awkwardly.
Well, I suppose the last one should be something more pertaining to the mission. I'm pretty close to rendezvousing with the rest of the people protecting Balder. The rest of my clan or whatever it is. I suppose my question with you is, well, given that it is your operation, what exactly do you want me to do when I find them all? I'm not asking what
Balder,
I should do. I'm asking what you want me to do. What you're going to back me on. Last thing I need is my powers waning on me.
there is a pact that prevents you from pursuing the fates. I cannot deliberate who has made this pact, or what the pact entails, but it exists all the same. Balder. Balder will take you in. He has no reason not to. Whether or not your kinsmen take you in is yet to be decided by the fates. When you find him, speak plainly, speak truly. He has no distrust over us, over our kin. But feed him misinformation or lead him astray, and you may find your kinsmen no longer so accepting.
What about you? You gotta have some opinion on all this. I mean, you're the All-Father and everything.
My machinations are in Balder's hands. I will leave it to him to decide if you are necessary, if you are wanted. I welcome all
He's
of those bearing my blood. But it is not my jurisdiction to influence that which humanity covets. Not anymore.
So what? If he rejects me, you also reject me. Is that how this works?
He shakes his head. Though Vikings have a chance for Valhalla, you are no exception. Whether or not
Great.
Balder accepts you into his plans, I have no hand in.
Oh, brilliant. So if I fail in this whole mission, well, don't worry. At least I get to die, and maybe if I die right, I'll get to have some sort of happiness. Fucking brilliant. Thanks, Gramps. Really making me feel better here.
He squints at you. If you harbor any desire to live a long life, ensure that that which seeks to destroy life on earth is vanquished. Balder will do the same. Many in your group will do the same. You wish to find something more fulfilling, satisfying than the answers I've given you. You will find them in the defeat of those who stand against you.
Hmm. I guess. I'm just wondering, can we, just talk mono a mono? Grandson to however many grandfather. Well, I guess all father.
He rests in neutral gaze on you, as if like waiting for you to go on.
I don't know what to do. I mean, this whole stuff about joining up with Balder and making sure that everything goes hunky dory on his end, that's all well and good, but I'm with a different group of people at the moment. And I'm not entirely sure if Balder's whole shtick is going to go along with them. So if they go against Balder, if things go tits up and we end up fighting, I don't know which side to choose.
My children fight all the time. You feel cold breeze. You hear blades clashing, shields splintering, men crying out, men cheering. And for a second, you can see someone standing behind Odin. It doesn't look like Balder. You remember what he looks like. It looks slender, tall, likely 7 feet, 8 feet tall, horns sticking out of a crown, and a wide grin. So wide, you feel like it can almost reach his ears. All you can make out of the other features of his body are white eyes, missing pupils, missing life. And yet, for some reason, you can't help but smile. And every time they've died fighting each other, I've welcomed them with open arms. If you must kill those you claim as members of your warband, or must stand against my son, do so proudly, knowing that it is the choice you made, not one made for you. You are Viking. Be proud. And you feel the breeze rise up again, your eyes fogged, and then just like that, the chill escapes, and you hear crackling as the circle shatters, the crystals fading away. And you are back on the dropship.
He blinks a few times and then he looks over at Faith. So, Loki, eh?
Faith lays her hand up against the palm of her hand sideways, just says, I'm glad he confirmed it for you, because I was worried it might have been that myself. Now, about hiding things. You might think I might have been hiding that from you. I wasn't. Let's open with that. She looks... How much space is between us and anybody else?
Like, there's like a 15-foot walk
4
into the
feet.
central. Like 15 feet away is where the next human would be.
Do we have like a closed door or something?
No, this is a tight dropship. This is a little war bit. I
Not
mean,
gonna
He
your
would
heads though, right? Just like
be-
have
he-
your channel be
He would
towards
be
each other.
whispering to you.
yeah, if you
Yeah,
whispered
obviously.
with
That's what I'm
everything
saying.
else going on, no one would hear you. But, you know, it would. Anyone who even glances over is like, oh, they're whispering.
I'd say, like, to keep things under wraps, I would have preferred to have spoken in there, but we're strapped for time, and we can always do this in Moscow, but it's tough working with beings like Loki. Believe me, it's like walking on a tightrope, truthfully. And I couldn't openly speak about it without absolute certainty. But since we're dropping names, yes, Loki.
You know, it's ironic that Gramps' big advice was about me making a big decision and sticking with it, considering that he can't seem to make a decision to save his life. Fuck me.
He just says, like, rubbing his temple.
I mean, this just contradicts everything in the mythology. You know, Ragnarok, the fall of the gods. I guess the bit that they left out was that it all happened because Odin couldn't pick a side.
They're fickle, just like the rest of us. I take
I
it you're not
don't.
satisfied with that conversation.
No, it doesn't make any sense. He's saying that I need to trust Loki, to trust or whoever the fuck Psycho is really to be working with Loki. I need to put my trust in him. And then he basically just outright says that he doesn't even know if it'll come of anything. But doesn't he know what Loki's whole deal is? His whole shtick is he wants to kill Balder. And Balder's the one I'm meant to protect. Balder's the one he wants me to protect. So how the fuck is me trusting Loki gonna help any of that?
Faith gives a small shrug, trying to be understanding. I'm trying my best to empathize with how you're feeling, but I mean, this all rings as expected for me. It's what Loki would do, right? It's what Loki wants. We saw him in there. Clearly something is going on, and it's better not to question them directly. When the time comes, well, you have me, and we can kill Psycho.
Where are you guys having this conversation?
On the dropship ramp.
But,
Back of the dropship.
but we should.
Is this like in a
Hush,
corner,
hush.
like in a different room?
It's
Yes.
it's at the very entrance onto the dropship, the very back of it.
So where I am with the rest of the people, I can't see these guys.
No, you're like maybe
I mean-
15 feet away.
Yeah, you're like 15 feet away. Like you again, you could like turn your head and
Chatting
be
with
like,
Remnant.
look at them whispering.
They whispering.
The hell you are looking away, not when Remnant's doing your makeup.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
holding you in place.
She'll grab his chin and force him to look at her.
Ooh.
Oh,
Cute.
hey.
They're getting all right. See, we got the perfect distraction.
Perfect distraction.
Convenient, that
Psycho
works out.
plots or women.
Bulldog clenches his fist, and you can see a vein popping in his forehead.
I don't buy it. Like you said, we saw Loki in that dream. And how do we know that that's Odin? How do we know that the proximity isn't causing Loki to play tricks on our minds?
That is a fair doubt to have. Faith will put a hand on Bulldog's shoulder. Listen to me. I've been dealing with these for a long, long time. And we have to be given an answer when we do something like this. For all we know, that was him, or it wasn't. The best we can do is go off of what we know, what we were told, and what we believe. So, if you doubt what just happened, so be it. I will follow you all the same. I'm here to help you find your dad, and what comes next, well, you more than likely have my back. I don't think you'll cross me. I don't think you'll cross anybody here. You've already made it clear what you want. So let's find your dad and go from there. Thinking about it's only going to hurt your brain.
I want to confront him. I want to ask him why he hasn't told us that he's working for Loki yet.
That's a fair thing to do, but not when we're trying to be more cohesive as a team. That's bad for team building, Bulldog.
So if I found out that one of the group was betraying us, should I keep that under wraps too? Just in case it ruins team
Well,
coercion.
that's different, but he's not betraying us.
How do we know? He's not
We don't.
told us. He's keeping secrets. For all we know, he could be plotting our downfall even now.
He looks over with like a sinister glare as Psycho is getting his makeup done.
His eyeliner fixed or some shit.
Just
Like the
Cyrus-
simply one with the girlies, like hee hee, like talking all this like shit.
Cyrus's eye will meet your eye if possible. Before I guess, I assume you're gonna like grab my face again.
As soon as Bulldog looks over at Psycho, he says, "Be lucky that he was occupied for this conversation. We shouldn't talk near him again. If you want to continue this conversation, let it be after we enter Moscow. For your sake. I believe you, and I trust you. Don't let that go to waste."
He looks like a Dragon Ball Z character with the amount of like veins that are just popping up. He looks like he wants to hit something, and then he
Faith.
just
Hmm?
yeah.
I was gonna say Faith would use the hand on his shoulder to pick herself up and pat him on the shoulder. Look, I get it. Okay. I've been angry like this. It happens. You'll get your answers. Now's not the time to be angry. Let us land, at least.
He takes a deep, deep breath, and then he just looks up at her and goes, "Fine, I trust you too."
Faith would hold out a hand to him and pick him up.
He'd take it and walk back into the main area of the dropship.
Templar climbs out of the co-pilot seat. All right, 30 minutes out. We'll be entering the presidential escort now, so I suggest everyone get in positions. Again, if we're expecting a fight, let's be ready for one.
Tori's snoring.
Someone snaps in Hinatori's ear. Rise and shine.
Girl.
She
Oh.
jumps up and like reaches down to her belt for relaxing.
Everyone man your stations.
Does so.
It'll have to work.
She's like half done.
That's psycho.
That's okay.
Hinatori is gonna move seats so that she's next to Remnant.
Without
Remnant's gonna also take out one of her earrings and hand it to Psycho. Wear this.
Aww.
That's fun.
Aww. Bonding. Everyone's bonding.
One pair at a time.
It's cute. Wow, team cohesion being built as they secretly plot against each other. I love this.
Whoa, crazy.
I love this.
Faith isn't plotting. She's doing damage control. Okay, that I have to
No,
ease him out of the
Faith-
idea.
Listen, let me say this. Faith is doing God's work.
Faith is putting up.
Is Shay still
points.
here? Oh, he's muted. That's why.
Shay, you still here? No. Doomed.
Dang.
Tragic.
Big sad.
Nah. Yeah, that is literally Bulldog.
He's literally just sitting there
Out
in
here
his seat, just like tweaking.
Heaving. Man's heaving.
God.
Yo, bro's tweaking. I think that air sickness pill they gave him was laced.
Oh no! It was listen shit.
Did we manage to get like a long rest?
No.
during the
Yeah,
time?
you guys would have managed to take a short rest. That's for sure.
Well, we didn't use anything between.
Yeah, training was
for the exhausted people. That's right.
Yeah, for the exhausted people.
People were missing HP.
Hinatori looks like she hasn't slept for multiple days.
Remnant too, but like evidently.
But Remnant covered it with concealer.
When we come back, Faith is gonna ask what happened after we left the fucking dining hall, whatever it's called. Because Remnant and Hinatori have clearly been out of it.
Oh yeah, no one knows about that.
Yeah, no one
Except for like a
except
few select people.
this time.
Hinatori leans back and turns on her HUD so you can't see her eyes and crosses her arms.
Expected. Faith would sit down.
Was she asking like the group that, or is she just was she asking?
It was the two people who look like they went through hell and back.
Bulldog
yeah.
just growls out, "Are we forgetting communication?"
She raises her
They
hand
tried to
and
resurrect
then her middle
someone
finger.
and failed.
They what?
They tried to resurrect Ironside and failed.
Okay, all right. Actually, I'm gonna cycle back. We should have this conversation after we land in Moscow. We should do the Moscow thing first.
Please, I'm very tired.
Templar, you hear a server comms. I agree 100%. Get in your fucking stations.
Do we have stations on the ship?
Yeah, some people are gunners, some people are
Yeah.
navigators.
Tiger
and
goes to
engineers.
his gunner spot, though he hates the sun with a burning passion.
Yeah, that's the deal.
It's the window directly where the sun hits him.
he is having a bad time. He has a blanket covering most of his body. Sunglasses
Quick
on.
disclaimer: I have been here. I just was conveniently in a situation where I could not respond when you guys asked me.
Big
But I've listened.
bad.
Copy.
Yeah.
And we
got it.
move for the short bit we still have already.
Yippee! Go. Woohoo!
Everyone gets in their positions, makeup put on, eyeliner corrected. You all look sexy as hell as you all descend into Moscow. The presidential, you guys join Air Force One, this massive 747 plane escorting the president, and join the other Pegasus class fighters and dropships moving along the convoy. You guys do some radio check-ins, of course, with ATF, communicate a few more just procedural things with Easy and Lobo, and then reaching Moscow International, Air Force One makes its landing. Then the dropships, able to land vertically, follow suit, landing next to the presidential plane with a nice heavy clamping of the landing gear in the ground. The engines hum to a silent buzz, and then off. Fulani. This is Captain Fulani, just touching down in Moscow International. Effective time on site is 930 hours. Safe landing, all systems are good. You are cleared to dismount.
Thank you, Fulani.
You're welcome. Templar stands, unstrapping, taking off her oxygen mask. And by this point, also would have already taken off her spacesuit, since you guys entered the atmosphere a while ago. And everyone gets themselves cleaned up. I know some people are wearing dresses, some people are wearing suits, some people, I don't know what they're wearing, but presumably are wearing something presentable.
Nothing?
Hopefully not nothing.
Nope, not that. Not that.
Not big
Go back inside and change.
deal.
Go put something on.
No, we already know what suit Faith's wearing. This was last week.
That is true. And she goes towards the dropship ramp. Looks around through the window, just kind of getting her bearings of the airport, and then turns back towards all of you. Once these doors are open, we are live. Best behavior, eyes peeled, and good luck to all of us. She
Tiger puts on his glasses.
She hits the dropship lever and drops down onto the airport ground. Immediately, cold, freezing cold. It's like 20 degrees.
Awesome.
You
This
can
is a vibe.
You can see that it clearly has snowed not too long ago, as there's a light blanket in some of the areas. It seems that there's already been some amount of cleaning or salt put on to melt it away so that, planes and personnel can move around. But it is still cold. So you guys step off the dropship, looking to your east, your west, your north, your south. You can see the other members of the American delegation dismounting as well. The Easy Squad members either in military blues or also similarly wearing some amount of presentable suits. Lobo Squad following suits. Everyone kind of steps out, catches their bearings, and then follows over towards Air Force One. Here, you hear open chatter sifting through the shared group chat, or the Bermuda HUDs, of just people directing each other where they're at, current positionings, statuses. But you guys move calmly, collected. You join.
How does my hair look?
You ask somebody.
Yes. It's an open question.
It
Templar.
looks fine.
Templar does a little 180 twirl.
Fantastic.
You look beautiful,
Hey.
Artemis. I'm sure you'll be quite the hit with the press here.
Hey,
Thank you. Tiger gives her a thumbs up.
you look drop dead gorgeous.
Faith groans when Psycho says that and says, "You look very nice, Charmer."
Artemis laughs.
Don't entertain him.
He's funny.
It's a good joke.
Right.
I thought it was a good joke.
You all join the collective line as you see the Secret Service moving alongside the President, Lobo Squad, augmenting a sort of diamond formation around the Secret Service, kind of spread wide, with Easy and Domino expected to just follow in a column behind them as you all file in. This wedge formation almost being made an arrow. You guys enter the airport. Immediately upon entry, you see members of the Russian police and members of the Russian National Guard, the Rosguardia. Some of you encountered them before in your previous mission in Russia, a roadblock that exposed Templar to the police and made her presence known to the Ritsars. Same people, same military special forces on site, fully armed and kitted, as they make human barriers to direct you guys all the way towards your next goal. And you would just hear over your comms Phantom go, "Is it me or are these guys eyeballing us dirty?" Which then hear Shugo respond, "They want to intimidate us. No need to be afraid. They're going to need more than this if they want to intimidate us." Yes. Continue forward in a column until finally you reach a welcoming party. So I'm going to move you to the Russia map.
We
You
did
got
it!
new map!
All right. Good night, everybody.
No!
We did it.
I hope you all have a
Awesome.
great rest of your night. I'll see you
Yeah,
2 weeks
flying
from today.
cars.
Wait.
We're not done yet.
Goodbye, Faith.
I'm gonna.
Alfredo, I think Bed is calling your name.
No, shut
I'm
the fuck
kidding.
up.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's a joke.
up.
It's a joke.
I do have,
It's a joke, but he's gonna
to go in
actually
like
do it.
25 minutes. I've got like 25 minutes.
Okay.
25 minutes. I can work with that. So,
35, sorry, 35.
hey, even better.
35, even better.
Take those. You will land, taking your bearings in immediately of the Moscow city from over top. You would have seen some of these things, but of course, skipping the details. You reach this center in the airport column. This clearly an area where people would then shift down towards their baggage claim has been made into a welcoming area. You see metal detectors, helix detectors, and a different assortment of military class individuals. You see immediately before you, obviously, the large collective of police and special forces that are simply outlining the area as they see you guys enter. You see a man in a wheelchair, familiar face, no doubt, of Dmitry Inga, the UN ambassador. Stares up at you guys from his chair. You can clearly see he's not very satisfied, or seemingly a little grumpy. Standing next to him then enters, as two Secret Service members part ways, the Russian president. You see the United States President, Mr. Grayson, and his collective. So go ahead and fetch them wherever they're at. Steps forward, the Secret Service kind of parting ways for him to make his introductions. He first opens up in Russian, simply saying, "A pleasure for your welcome, Madam President." And then he proceeds in English. "I see you have a strong military display. I hope you are not expecting trouble." Which the president simply responds, "I hope not to be expecting any trouble anytime soon, though one must always be prepared." He nods. "This is my detail that will be coming through with me." She directs her hand out towards the military personnel. And one man steps out. Clean shaven. Well, not clean shaven, but cleanly trimmed. Glasses, one eye completely whitened, seemingly a battle scar, some sort of accident taking his eye. Middle aged, likely late 30s, maybe early 40s. And he steps forward, a pin displaying the Siberian Ritsar symbol on his jacket. "Hello. I am Minister Mikhail Vok, of the Interior. I will be handling your processing here. If you would all please divvy up into proper groups, I will process you through. After which point, your vehicles are awaiting you and your chauffeurs outside. I do have a specific request. Those of you who are vessels will be directed to a different processing. I am understanding that a lot of members of Bermuda are vessels." He simply takes a wide glance, a wide sweep of the collective of the Americans. "I also understand that you are divided into teams. Best to keep you all together for ease of processing. So if your teams could divide and come with me, those who have vessels within them, we can move things along." The president and his joint staff of advisors immediately raise a few protests, but the president raises his hand to quiet them all. "If this is what it takes to enter the city of Moscow without any further limitations, then we will gladly cooperate. There will be a few more things that must be done, but I will explain that to your vessels as I process them. Anyone who does not cooperate with our processing will not be allowed into the country. You are allowed to leave aboard the ships you came with, but you will not be stepping foot further than this airport." The president holds his eye on him for a long second, thinking, before he turns in his place to face everyone. The delegation quiet, seemingly waiting for his word. "Well, you heard the man. Divvy up into your groups, follow the processing rules, whatever it is, and don't let them trash you around, alright? Still human, so if something's gonna reverse your dignity, you ain't gotta do it. But if you're here for the mission, if you're here to stick with it, then I ask of you all, not giving an order here, I ask that you bear with it." The collective of Lobo and Easy go, "Yes, sir." Templar then clicks her heels for all of you to kind of chime up, and then she says, "Yes, sir."
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
"Yes, sir," says Artemis. Turns back to face.
Hina,
Mhm.
Hinatori's head was dipping for a moment as she was startled, like, and doesn't understand what's going on.
Girl, please.
Room's gonna hold Unitori's hand. We got just in silent. We got this. Just, I will
Supporting
walk with
each
you.
other.
We are both EP.
EP as hell.
Very easy.
You see the other members of the president's delegation, members of your Inquisition, General Maverick, Ambassador Walker, following suit with the president's delegation. As Luma turns towards the Bermuda Collective, walks over to join you guys as they proceed on in. You heard the president. Not do anything stupid here. Let's just cooperate and get this over with. She lets out a sigh. Alright, let's do this. She turns as Halo watches her lead the path in and everyone follows her. I'll move the people who are here out here.
Hello.
Domino is led elsewhere.
Elsewhere.
We get
Easy
to go up
squad.
out back.
You guys are led around further down one of the terminals. It seems to have a separate departure terminal specifically set up for this processing. And awaiting at this terminal, you would see these collective of individuals.
This map is too big.
No, this is awesome. Whoa, a lot of
I
people.
feel like I gotta zoom in and zoom out to find out where things are.
So many people.
Oh,
I
what the fuck
also
is that
see
thing? What is that? Is that a weird like Elsa superhero?
I love
Elsa?
her.
Yeah, I was thinking as
Oh,
well.
she's who Elsa was based on.
I love
Yeah,
that.
Oh, I
that's-
recognize her.
Oh, I remember her too. Who is this
Yeah.
child?
I see
Ayo.
somebody's Star Wars character.
Ayo. Ayo. People my age tell Ayo.
As you all stand before this terminal,
Tiger
you
about to meet his peers.
peers? This man steps forward. You would all recognize him as well. It's the Barrier Knight. Man before
remember
who
that guy.
spoke with Raijin, spoke with your
Yeah, I remember
collective
him.
as he came to arrest Templar, but Raijin made a case for cooperation between agencies, to which he had no reason to refuse.
Not what this man looked like.
No,
His token did change.
I remember him.
Whoa. Very dope. Definitely looks like a villain.
What would give you that?
I mean, they're all basically just Sith.
Not the word I was thinking of.
I mean, hot too, but
He approaches. Doesn't seem like a very heavy man. Maybe 5'11", maybe 6 feet. Though with his boots, he does stand a bit taller at 6'1", 6'2". Doesn't seem muscly, built, bulked. Looks like a standard soldier's build. But the second his eyes fall on you specifically, something inside you feels judged. Feels like you feel ashamed of yourself. You feel guilt. You feel remorse. And then as his gaze exits you, you feel all that wash away. He steps forward. The commanders of each group stepping forward to represent their teams. Templar, Shugo, and Halo. Just put them on the board for the sake of having them there. But
I was gonna
put
say,
the rest
bring
of the
them up.
team. Yeah, we'll put the rest of the team. The rest of the team is a lot of
He's
goddamn-
tiny.
they're so tiny. It's so funny. Are the seconds also standing behind them or no? Because Tiger is absolutely acting in however way is professional for the second.
The seconds do not move from their lines. Just the commanders step forward.
Okay.
Were there seconds?
looks everyone
Phantom
over
and werewolf.
once. Turns towards
Go.
Templar. Kinesitsnia. Welcome back. Bayerni. Good to be back. Turns his gaze to Shugo. Commander Tokugawa. He salutes him. Shugo does not return the favor. Commander Halo, I take it. Barrier Knight. I'm hoping this processing will not be too arduous. It has been quite the flight here. I assure you, if you do not have the fortitude to handle this processing, I doubt you'll enjoy Russia much. My name is Bayerni, as I'm referred to, the Barrier Knight. So my actual name is Yakim. I represent the Siberian Raidsars as their commander. Vessels, as you all know, are not tolerated in Russia. Though for the sake of this peace summit and the greater threat above us, we have made several concessions to these laws. You hear, stepping forward to join him, the minister. Several concessions that they are obligated to obey if they wish to enter the country. No need to sugarcoat it, Yakim. No need to be hostile with our guests. We're all working towards the same goal at the end of the day. He takes a step back, having given everyone a good once-over. And you see these large terminals. They look like metal detector pods that you would see at the airport, though wider, maybe big enough to fit 4 people. And he stands beside the one at the very front as the minister steps forward. If you wish to enter our country, we will need to take your biometrics and DNA samples. Concession 1. Immediately, Shugo raises his eyebrows. Surely you cannot expect us to forward over our blood and our biometrics to you. I don't expect you to. You are welcome to leave. Shugo squints at him. Luma, stepping forward to join the line. Just do it. There's nothing they're gonna get from our blood or our biometrics that are gonna give them any sort of edge. He huffs out smoke, and you would see immediately the Padawans, these youngers standing next to the knights, seemingly take a step back cautiously as the smoke exits his mouth. Fine. Halo turns her head at the minister. You said first concession. There are more. One step at a time, Commander. So, you guys are ushered towards these terminals. You see some medical staff on site with blood sample kits and what also appears to be ink blots for you to take your fingerprints and your other biometrics. Templar looks back at the team. Well, do as they say.
Tiger will start the line to go get that done.
So I'll ask.
That's the go-ahead. Remnant will also follow.
I will ask, does anyone protest having their blood taken or their biometrics scanned?
Tori asks, what's her name? Estella, if she has any conniptions about this.
I mean, It's not that they're gonna find out what's in your blood right now. I think. No, you should be fine. But you can feel your attention drawn towards the barrier knight. I don't like the way he's looking at us.
He's not looking at just us, is he?
I don't
No,
know.
he is.
I can't tell what others are feeling, but I feel like he's looking at us.
She glances over at the barrier knight.
He's looking at you.
Directly at you, actually.
Is he?
Faith does it with no contest.
He is not immediately looking at you. His gaze passes over you every couple seconds as he scans the collective lining up, and you do feel that strange sensation wash over you. But
She gets their blood taken.
sounds like no one protests, so you guys are pushed through the terminals, biometrics taken, as well as your blood samples taken, and the scanner above you starts to sweep over your body. You feel the tingling, the electric surge feel from your fingertips, from the bottom of your toes, up your body, up your legs, up your spine, up to your neck and your head as the scanner takes in your whole persona. And seemingly some notes are made behind the terminal screen as you guys are ushered forward.
Can I make a tech roll of some kind about like what the fuck this thing does?
You're allowed. Yep. Go ahead and make a computer's intelligence.
Awesome. Keep going. I'm just like doing that because Tiger would be intrigued.
Of course.
What's poppin'?
It is a vessel scanner, similar to the one Murray uses on the Olympus.
Gotcha. Okay.
Remnant is low-key stressed about this, given her nature.
Easy, Lobo, Domino all have it done. None of them protest. They step through. The minister seems to talk over with the medical staff and the engineers working the terminals before he returns to the line. The barrier knight follows suit, joining him. Very well. As for the second concession, we have here a list of those identified amongst you as vessels. You will have a tracking chip installed, and it will be removed upon your exit from Russia. If the chip is disabled or have been found being tampered with or removed, you will be charged with violating Russian foreign policy. You will be hunted down and deported immediately.
Oh,
Is that clear?
that's fun.
Even if something were to happen outside of our force.
We will address that on a case-by-case basis.
Fair enough.
Try not to get yourself involved in anything that may lead to unfortunate circumstances.
She nods.
Can Bulldog roll an insight on all those lined up on the left? He wants to see if any of them are looking.
You can go ahead and make a
Given the
perception check.
stink eye.
Perception or insight. The collective you are allowed to, of course.
Yeah, actually, I would
Get
love
the-
to join
get
in
the
that.
general read.
What is the vibe check of the people?
Vibe check rolls? I love
Vibe check rolls. Tiger, kids, tiger. What?
Yo.
Oh my god. Wait, you have that
Yeah.
-3 as well,
What are you
though.
guys inserting right now?
It's only a -1. That's weird.
How everyone feels.
Really wild.
Collective on
Yeah.
the left.
Faith is blissfully ignorant of how other people are looking at this.
That's fair.
Bro, we're
We might
gonna
be-
have to go through
Oh,
this regardless.
Yes.
I know, I think we're just
we
being
might
nosy.
be
forgot
we
a
might be tired, but
crucial-
we still care what people think about us.
Initial vibe check.
I forgot a crucial detail, pardon me, but I will add it to this description. Now that you are properly in Moscow, you still have, of course, any nerves or angst about the situation, but your boots on the ground, things are going. There doesn't seem to be any immediate danger to your life, just a number of inconveniences. You're
I love those.
able to take a breath in, kind of properly break down and analyze your surroundings. And as you start to scan over these people, that breath you take in, analyzing the details of how they're looking at you, how they're scanning you, what their body language looks like, you feel something rise in your stomach. You feel something build in your heart. Something growing in your mind. Those of you who are vessels, at least, feel this. That breath
Nice.
you take in feels rejuvenating. That second breath you take in to identify what the hell you're feeling feels refreshing. Something is affecting you, and it feels amazing. It feels like you're wired. Everything around
Bulldog
you.
wants to use.
Hmm?
Bulldog wants to use divine sense.
Your divine sense. You take a breath in, you let your mind hone in on your sixth sense, and you just feel energy. It feels like the ground vibrates as you hone in on your sixth sense. Energy. The entire space around you, all 60 feet in your radius, energy. Something in the ground, something around you in the air, in your body currently as you take in more and more of these breaths. This land is powered, and it flows through you.
Remnant's eyes widen as she remembers something she completely forgot because of all the events happening that she fully meant to tell everyone before we got here.
Something for next time, or after this.
Hinatori,
Whoopsies.
like, is anybody looking back at them?
The entire lineup are staring at you guys.
Hinatori, is Templar looking at them?
Templar has not taken her eyes off of the line.
So is she looking this way or this way?
She's looking at the Ritsars.
Hinatori, like, kind of like leans over to her own team in that case and says, I'm a bit worried about this tracking chip in my own anatomy.
I think you'll be fine.
Might be a good idea to
it better
raise a
be brief.
concern.
It might be a little bit not fire and cold proof. I'm a bit concerned about that.
Just
Is-
let them.
Is whatever being done to us affecting our blood?
They're taking your blood.
They're
As
taking our blood.
they took your blood. As for are you asking about the sensation?
Yeah.
It's everywhere in your body. You feel high in the best way.
To clarify, Tiger does not feel this,
Tiger
right?
feels none of this.
Awesome.
As far as Tiger's concerned, nothing is happening. But everyone now that takes this breath in feels this surge.
Would this be unfamiliar?
This, I'll say, give me a history check.
Cool. I get to
By the
press
way,
something
Sam,
on my character sheet.
did
Can I
did
give
we see anything
Faith
from these
guidance?
guys?
I'm getting there. One sec. Get these other things out of the way.
I'll take a
Asking the
guidance.
smart question.
Yep, guidance.
Can Remnant give Faith guidance?
Of course.
Sick.
You feel it is familiar. There's been certain locations around the world where this similar sensation occurs, though you can't either recall the explanation for why certain places are like this, or you simply never learned the answer.
Okay.
But this isn't exactly unique, but it is special,
Got it.
at least to you. Everyone else, this is unique. You've never felt this before.
You're having the time of your life right now.
As for your insights that we rolled earlier, I think everyone got very good insights. Each member of this lineup stands proudly at attention. You see the Siberian Ritsar emblems sketched across their cloaks, or on a medallion, or on some part of their clothing. The woman here and the young man beside her seem neutral. Nothing you can glean that stands out as offensive or hostile. They seem to just be proceeding with their job as it has been asked of them, observing, studying. This man,
Who?
This one, the Rift Knight,
Oh, okay.
that is someone you guys have met before, so I can go ahead and show her thing. Again.
All right.
I thought she looked familiar.
Yeah.
She was the one who made the
Hello.
portal.
Mm-hmm.
She straight up zippermaned into us.
I
She's
believe it's also this woman here that we recognize, right?
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
The Rift Knight. This one here is not actually inside of the terminal. As a matter of fact, this guy is outside of the entire airport. This Titan stands as tall as at least 20 stories.
Oh, that's lovely.
His
What
Oh,
the fuck?
That's just wonderful.
Shouldn't his goddamn token be the size of the map?
Which guy?
considering this is what you would look compared to him, he's pretty big.
Mr.
Fucking
Big
hell.
Man.
So the colossal Titan over there, what's he looking like?
No facial expression is clear, but you can see just by looking out of the window, he is observing. He seems to be sitting on the ground, just so he can look through the window at each of you. The clearly intimidating factor of having this giant watching you through a window does kind of tickle the back of your head every time you look away from him. Just a slight nerve to kind of look behind you and make sure he's not reaching inside to kill you or something. But beside him on the ground would be this individual, cloaked.
That we can somehow see.
Through the windows. It is an airport. Next to them, this woman. 5'9", very elegantly dressed. I'll go ahead and reveal their full tokens, but their names aren't given just yet.
God, that looks badass.
Yeah, yeah,
really
he
sick.
does.
I cannot wait to beat his ass
I
up.
know, right? I'm like, I'm
Oh my
sitting here waiting
God.
to beat his ass.
Literally, as soon as I saw it, I was just thinking, damn, the fight with him is going to be so badass.
Oh, she's so cute.
We're going
Whoa.
straight up Monster Hunter on his ass.
Oh my god, I do not envy her heels.
She's a Barbie
Right.
girl in a Barbie world.
Bro, it's
It
just
is.
Elsa. I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
in the best way.
She let it go. This is the result.
She has her arms folded one over the other, seemingly a little disinterested, but as she glances over each one of you, she gives a slight smirk. Doesn't seem put off or hostile. She seems moderately entertained watching you guys sift through the processing. The young lady behind her, seems to be standing at attention, very focused, very disciplined, not really making any certain emotion, just kind of scanning you guys over with her eyes. The woman next to her is one you have met before, the Bear Knight. She is mean mugging you guys to all hell and back.
I bet.
Her
I'm so
eyes
happy for
seem
her.
honed in on Templar, but there is a glance that she shoots Shugo, similarly displeased. I'll say Remnant, who got a nat 20. There is clear hostile intent. She either does not approve of anybody of this group entering the country, or she has very targeted, specific beef with those two individuals,
With who?
Shugo
We
and Templar.
will
Yeah.
save that in our little brain for later.
Delicious.
The man,
She was the one who got her ass beat, wasn't she?
she was the one fabled to have lost to Ivan Kamarov, the Boar Knight, who stole her name after beating her.
Oh, of course, yeah, I remember him. I've known him for a long time. Sorry, reminiscing.
The young man standing behind her seems seemingly upset by something. His doesn't shoot any mean glances or mean mugs at any of you. He has a mask covering his face. You can't even really read too much into his emotions, but he seems, with his eyebrows giving him the frowny face, he seems to be angry at something, or at least very not pleased to be here in this given moment. But I'll say Remnant Faith, who rolled pretty good, definitely gleaned this. Tiger, yeah, at the end, everyone here rolled very high to just say this. He is not Russian, just from the short facial features you get off of him and the way his hair is tied up. This is a man of Asian descent. Can't quite pin it since you can't see the rest of his face. Haven't heard him talk or his name, but certainly more on the Eastern Asia side.
I will say, once this explanation is done, I'm gonna have to leave.
Understood. Guess we'll fill you in on the last bit of this, and then we could probably end here. But moving. The man next to them. He looks pathologically filled with hatred. Red eye. You can't see his face. You can't make even out you can't make out half of his face. All you see is the one dead staring eye, wide, just darting between each of you, like he's picking a target.
Can I tell with my role who he is particularly maybe leaning on?
Not any given one. Strangely
Just
enough.
hates us all.
Still deciding. That's
Well,
terrifying.
Bulldog would return his glare, just raw dog him back.
One
I'm sorry,
thing.
what?
Yeah. No, he said what he said.
He said that
He
shit.
said what he said.
He said that shit with his chest. One thing you do glean, I'll say Remnants is the one who would pick this detail up. Him and the Barrier Knight have a similar wardrobe piece, a medallion or brooch that seems to cover their cloak to their body. Golden, a serpent-like dragon in the center, and it is shaped like the Star of David. You also see just beneath the waistline of his cloak a sash bearing Hebrew letters, golden, black, and white, the colors of the Lunar Sai. But also colors very indicative of human religions. Perhaps there is a connection, perhaps there isn't. Can't quite tell.
Interesting.
Young boy behind him even though you cannot see the rest of his face, they share almost identical facial features. Maybe you're a relative. Maybe his son. It's unclear.
Does Tiger look similar?
Tiger.
Oh my god.
Tiger and this boy look
Oh.
exactly like two different children.
Wow.
God.
Crazy.
Similar. I'll say he definitely is younger than Tiger. I guess I should pin a bit of their
The-
ages. I can't say that. God,
They're white boys. That's it.
they're white boys.
They
The
look similar in that regard.
woman next to him, the very angry man, looks happy. She has a wide smile on her face, the black lipstick from side to side. She seems to just be entertained watching you all. Her eyes do dart a few times to Remnant, and then a few times to Hinatori.
She's gay.
Yeah, she's just a lesbo.
She's simply
I didn't expect you to say that.
She's gay.
With the name Despair Knight, I don't know. Maybe she just recognized fucking depressed people.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
true.
fair. That could also be it.
Those of us who are
However,
closer to
the
that.
theory brain is theory.
I will accept lesbian as well.
It could be both. It could be both.
We can be lesbian and depressed together.
You know
Yeah.
what? You're right.
Yeah.
All truths.
I'm so sorry. Keep going.
It's okay.
I love her. She's beautiful.
God. Why the fucking character sheets have open? Close them all. I'll say the Despair Knight looks to be in her early 20s. The the young lad behind the mean mugging man, maybe early teens, but considering his military strict attire and his disciplined look, could be younger, maybe 10 at the youngest, for sure, but you're leaning more towards early teens, 13, 14. The Ruin Knight, mean mugging you all, actually does look fairly young, early 20s, at the most late teens. Forgot to show these Padawans, so I will.
Aww.
Small.
He's so small.
Small boy. Meet the small lad. This one. He does stand a little bit imposingly tall, 6'3". He's giving early 20s as well, maybe mid 20s, but it's hard to tell with his face covered up. The Bear Knight definitely is the older of the collective, of the entire line, it would seem. Maybe early 30s, late 20s. I believe I haven't shown this Padawan, have I? No.
You've not showed us any of the Padawans.
Please share an image.
They do
That's
share
fine.
an image. The white one is Alina. The other one is Lisa. You can clearly tell it's not hard for anyone with these kinds of insight rolls to tell that they are definitely twins.
Ooh.
The Blizzard Knights, also very well dressed and well dolled up. She could be early 20s, You imagine maybe without all the makeup and the glams and the glitz, she could be middle 20s, mid 20s, maybe late 20s, but off of how she presents herself, early 20s. You can't tell what the Colossus Knight's age is. He is giant.
Hmm.
And the
He is just simply large.
large
Large monster.
Padawan behind the Rift Knight, also early 20s. The entire lineup is fairly young, but given how vessels manifest, it's not surprising that an organization of vessels is made up of very young individuals. The Bear Knight being the only real exception to this, who looks to be mid 30s, maybe late 30s. You imagine that if he's a vessel, at the earliest, he has to be in his middle 30s. Or at the oldest, I mean. I believe that is that lineup as I proceed down the line. The Padawan behind the Despair Knight. She stands similarly like all the other Padawans at attention, very well disciplined, just keeping her eyes on the people who are at the front, speaking or moving. Seems middle teens, late teens, maybe. It's the Apex Knight. And her Hound, mid 20s. She looks to be very disinterested. Not unamused, not angry or upset. She just doesn't seem to be caring much for the people who are talking or as people move about. Her attention just kind of seems to be sticking around whoever is at the very front talking at any given time. If not, she's just has a hand on the chin of her wolf. The wolf, of course, is a monstrosity.
Boris,
Oh, Boris. I was really hoping they were gonna have Rudolph here, I'm not gonna lie.
You think
I was low key about to ask if Rudolph was here.
if they've tamed Rudolph? That's a funny one. Maybe she has.
I guess Santa would have done that, huh?
Two
What about
Pad-
Cal Kestis?
two Padawans next to the Tamer Knight seemingly don't appear to be as disciplined as the others. They look to almost be having fun, kind of like whispering to each other, nudging at each other, pointing at some of you guys, and then you kind of see them. One of them point at Tiger and make some gesture with his hand. The
Do I understand the gesture?
seems
the gesture?
What's the gesture?
he takes his palm and he points up like he's lifting something. Can't quite tell without the context of what he's referring to.
Uh,
Farid, also looking late teens. The one next to him, similarly late teens, mid teens at the oldest. Lineup before you has been shown. So proceed. The Halo and Luma share a look as they are displeased by the news that you guys will be chipped. She shakes her head, Luma seemingly debating just giving the order to turn around before she closes her eyes and swallows her pride. Anyone who does not consent is free to go. But do it. Shugo grips his katana tightly, or more smoke exits his mouth. You heard her, Izzy. You do not consent. Pack your things. Otherwise, line up for the ruse. Templar looks back at her team.
Hinatori shakes her head in a way that shows concern.
Well, if you want to come in, you have to consent. So,
I I'm worried about destroying the tracker.
Bulldog steps forward. I'll take it.
Oh, are we supposed to drag our tokens?
No. This is just because we went over the pad ones and everyone real quick. This is specifically for
The vessels.
the vessels. Okay, so this once again does not apply to Tiger.
Does not apply to
Tiger just
Tiger.
waits.
Does not apply to Shugo either. Or Luma.
Yeah.
Not apply to a good number of people, but it also does apply to a good number of people.
Applies to everyone but Tiger on Domino.
Who's dishing out the chips then?
The minister gestures at one of the soldiers, one of the medical staff, who will walk over with the chip, a seemingly simple injection gun. As they walk forward, surgical gloves in hand, they insert this tiny, tiny needle-like, or sewing needle-sized chip into the gun. And once it's loaded, they extend their hand out for Bulldog to present some part of his body to be chipped.
There's a gap in our line.
He does it to.
Thank you.
He just presents it. Just presents it, really.
Presenting his arm. The glove points somewhere not too intrusive on your lower forearm, and a sharp sting plunges into your arm. You feel something like a bee stinger enter, move your skin and your flesh about, and then the gun pulls, and a new cartridge is loaded as you are sent back to the line. You feel something definitely inserted into your arm. Again, it feels like some bug stung you, but I mean, tough shit, right? You just kind of rub your arm, feels a little itchy, a little sore, but you keep it pushing. Doesn't really hurt.
Hinatori's concerned, so she'll step up next. Approaching the doctor, she says, I have some concerns that this will survive, given my anatomy.
Do you have some sort of anatomy that prevents or that messes with your bloodstream or your muscular tissue?
She nods, yes.
What is the disturbance? Acidic? Temperature?
Heat. Temperature.
Takes out the cartridge that was loaded and sifts through a side satchel, pulls out a red cartridge, loads it in with the needle at the front.
Love that.
Extends their hand out.
Scared.
She walks up and she exposes her the area between her elbow and her, I guess, her wrist. she exposes her wrist in such a way that it won't damage her.
Snaps in, similar feeling. Then cartridge drops out and a new one is loaded. Does everyone consent so we can move this along?
Yes.
Yes. I will say, can we do awards? Because I've got to go now.
I'll say we'll do awards. Yeah, let's do awards now. So, proceeding with, I think, a lot of roleplay, a good number of roles, but I feel like it's probably better to do 2 roleplay, an MVP, question mark, or you guys like the sound of that, or 3 roleplays might be better?
No, there's an
3
MVP
role
awarded.
plays. You think there's an MVP
I
amongst
do.
us?
The plot thickens.
Plot does thicken.
Things were revealed.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 RPs and an MVP, so let's go ahead and do the RPs first. Give me the first vote for someone who performed exemplary roleplay. Truly great acting.
Hold on.
Remnant.
Great quips.
Hinatori.
Well, that was a fun little
Hinatori.
conga line.
Remnant.
2 Hino, 2 Rem, 1 Bull. Shay.
Hold on.
That is 2 Bull, 2 Hino, 2 Rem. Good shit, lads. I love all of you.
Dear God.
Okay, all right, okay. Because we got a second vote, I'm gonna change my vote. I'll also go with Remnant.
Huh? What did I do?
God
No.
bless. Now why? Why remnants?
Simple. It's please keep me. That line.
Oh.
Wait, which
That's a
one?
little confusing.
Please keep me.
Please keep
No,
me.
actually, you're right.
Please keep me was truly heartfelt as fuck.
I will
Literally,
change
my
my
heart
line. I will change my thing.
What are you saying, Alfredo?
my heart broke. You said
Oh.
please keep me. I was just like, oh.
Adorable.
The heartstrings were tugged.
Remnants.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone like that. Get the little notification. You get a roleplay point added to your collection. Okay.
Thank you.
Next, the next roleplay. Going down from the top again. Alfredo, what's your vote?
Next roleplay. I would give it to. God, everyone gave good performances. I'd probably lean more towards Faith.
B.
Kip for now. I don't know. I'm still
Cough.
not.
Uh,
Come back to that vote, don't worry.
I want to vote for. I'm still stuck between Hinatori and Psycho for me. Mostly because Hinatori, super passionate. Psycho, I'm just still thinking about that gift of gab and the whole wait, let me fix it, let me fix it.
I'd go with Psycho.
I low-key didn't think I was ever
I
gonna
agree with
need to use
Psycho.
Gift of Gab.
Because it's so good.
But I was really glad
Wholeheartedly
because
think Psycho.
it let me show you guys that I have Gift of Gab.
That's fun. It was really good.
Psycho.
No, I think Psycho for sure.
What?
I was gonna choose Remnant.
Oh.
Cough, have you
already
decided
got
on
it.
your choices? Between Hino and Psycho.
I think I am gonna lean on Hinatori again.
And B, what's your vote?
I'm voting for myself. Forget you.
You should
That's
because
the spirit, girl.
I'm full.
Which means we have 2 Psycho, 2 Hino.
Psycho voted for Remnant, who already got the award.
Oh, well, I voted for Remnant because I voted for Bulldog last time.
So would you have voted for Bulldog this time?
I mean, I guess yeah. Remnant and Bulldog were gonna be my 2 RPs, so I guess I'd vote for Bulldog again this time. Yeah.
Last Psycho
Try
Hinatori are
again.
tied.
L.
Just leaves it to God. Put such responsibility in my
Ah.
hands.
Oh no, responsibility.
God.
Listen, I will say this piece. I want to vote for Psycho for RP because I'm thinking Bulldog gets MVP.
I was actually thinking Psycho for MVP, but
Well, Psycho did a fun little shenanigans, roleplay wise, but it was Bulldog who got the actual lore and the figured out which god he was, blah blah blah, where he
I
was
was
tied
gonna
to and
vote
all
for
that.
Faith for MVP.
Interesting. Oh, so many different
God.
choices.
Yeah, no, I have this everything Psycho Hinatori.
Look, it's all about her pointing and being like, but that guy.
But that guy in particular.
I think
Change the complete dynamic of the conversation real quick.
I'm gonna go with Hinatori. Definitely a lot of passion, a lot of repressed emotions brought to the surface.
Yeah.
While Psycho,
Bro.
I'd love to give it an honorable mention too, because that shit was very well done. Put on a spot, back against the wall, had to look through his abilities, think about how to outsmart him. I mean, I think he came out on top. Hinatori, you get that.
Thank
MVP. Progress the story forward. Without them, we would not be in the current circumstances we are stuck in for the better. They shined this session. The spotlight was them. Who is the MVP?
Bulldog.
I'd say
I'm saying Psycho.
okay. Is Bulldog able to commune to Odin by himself, or was that with the assistance of Faith?
That was with Faith, though. That was with Faith.
I'm still picking Faith.
You know what? I'd pick Bulldog for having the initiative to ask his patron or ask Odin.
I have so far Bull, Faith, Bull. Cough. Who you voted for?
Did someone else vote for Faith?
No, I think it was you. That's what I was asking. Cool.
I think that Faith was me.
Cham, what's your vote?
Bulldog.
Bulldog. Alfredo, what's your vote?
I'll go with myself.
That would be majority. Bulldog! MVP! Things are getting spicy. You have accusations. You have questions. You have prophecies. The gods are tricky. The gods are fickle. The gods are with you. Do with that what you will.
I don't think he believes that entirely.
He doesn't have to
No.
believe it for it to be true, and he doesn't have to be true for him to believe it.
Those are both true statements. Why did you say either of them?
Because now you're caught in a paradox. Alright, that is the
No
most.
one is caught in anything.
Woo!
Look at him. He's already lost. We got him.
Yeah, have a good night, man.
But I guess the last bit of the processions.
Yeah,
Would you
let's
guys
get it
like to leave
past
that for
this.
next time or do that
Yes. No, let's get it done. Let's get into
Really
Moscow,
good,
please.
guys. I'm gonna see you guys later.
Good night.
now?
Take care.
Good night.
Take it easy.
I want Alfredo here for it, though.
Oh well.
He
Okay.
will let us know
Fuck me then.
his points in the after. So, the last bit, after you've all been chipped and are being tracked now, Minister Volk once again approaches along with the
I
baronet.
did want to say something about the chipping part.
Go ahead.
One moment.
Just because I thought it'd be funny, spicy even, people picking where they get chipped. Remnant, for whatever reason, like, undoes her shirt and lowers it so her shoulder's exposed, just very nonchalantly.
The
Huh?
doc doesn't
That's
really
all.
raise any questions. They feel the doctors feel a little bit more intense about this situation than the others who are, magic. They
Perfect.
chip you. No questions raised. I'll say
I'll
It's
ask
said.
my perception after that. I'll hold off.
go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. Finish that thing with her.
I just wanted to make that distinct.
The doctors finish chipping you. Say no perception checks needed. Passive perceptions would have been enough considering you guys are all on high alert. But there is an equal number of eyeballs that glance over at Remnant when she does this, and a not equal number of eyeballs that glance away when they realize what she's doing.
That's so funny.
That's what we want.
They're like, little tease.
Does
Hello.
the spare night? Does the spare night?
Keep watching. Yeah,
actually
we gotta
eager?
keep. We have to see if this accusation I made is true.
With the vibe checker,
The
okay.
Despair Knight does keep watching.
Yeah.
Confirmed. Lesbian spotted.
Love that. The
Lesbian
gate ire
spotted.
starts going. It's popping off. I was gonna see if any of the Padawans or anyone gave Tiger any second glances when he didn't have to go get chipped.
With the lineup finishing, there's a few. Well, Minister Volk would have called you out, each of you, since he has your biometrics on sheet. He's got the receipts. He knows who's a vessel here. Tiger would have been one of the names not called. Then once everyone finished their lineup, yeah, a few eyeballs, a few of the knights kind of glance at Tiger, a few of them glance at Shugo and the other non-vessels, but doesn't seem like any of the eyes linger on Tiger for too long.
Yeah, sure.
With the exception of the Barrier Knight, who does seem to glance him over when his name isn't called. And the lineup's finished. He kind of looks over to Minister. This isn't quiet. He just says out loud, "Is that all of the vessels, Minister?" "Yes, that's all of them." He puts the hollow pad away. And then the Barrier Knight steps forward once again. "I thank you all for your cooperation with these proceedings. I can understand the awkwardness, and I can understand the desire not to put yourselves in these positions. But for the sake of clarity, goodwill, and future cooperation, I ask that this does not turn into any further hostility between us. My last concession. The teams of Bermuda will be assigned a Ritsar, who will be escorting them anytime they exit the embassy. Of course, embassy grounds belong to the United States. They will not enter unless invited to do so. But any point beyond those borders, we will be watching. I have assigned the following knights to each of the teams." He extends his arm out, as you would see. For our glorious Lobo squad, step forward the Ruin Knight. I'll just put them underneath their commanders that they're assigned to.
Nice. Someone gets the claw. Holy shit.
Rift and Bear Knight.
Thank God.
Thank
I don't
God.
want to be. I don't want to be near her.
Yeah, me either. I'm hoping the Ruined Knight goes with the Shugo. And not with
Damn.
us.
Assigned to Easy Squad. The Blizzard
That's what I thought.
and the Ruin Knight combo.
Wait, who are we?
I hope we get Colossus. That'd be awesome.
As for Domino Squad, it says, Domino Squad will be assigned the Despair Knight and the Apex Knight, along with their Padawans. All of them would have been strewn along by their Padawans as well.
Yeah, we get a long ass bunch of
We get-
watchers.
Yeah, we do.
Such a welcoming party, Akeem. He turns his attention to Templar. He takes a step forward, seemingly meeting her face to face, eye to eye. It took a lot of strings being pulled. A lot of favors. But you've been pardoned. Steps closer to her. You can all make insight checks.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
please.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go!
My God.
Oh my God.
Christ.
We know everything. We see right through them.
Yeah. the DC was 18, so that's funny. It is
Okay.
Hinotori is the only one who doesn't know.
it is
No, I don't
clear.
think Remnant does either, because
No.
the -3.
Yeah, I don't know why
The
it's
-3
working as the roll.
The -3 is already applied. Your guidance rolled 3. So
Oh,
Oh,
you're
oh yeah,
canceled
I
out like
canceled it
Penda.
out. Let's go.
nice.
Hinotori is the only one who doesn't pick this up. Maybe more likely because she's too exhausted to really be picking up on context clues and body language.
Don't worry, I'll give her the tea.
Everyone else does see the immediate surprise on Templar's face. The disbelief hit her immediately. And then she cracks what appears to be the first signs of a smile.
Holy shit.
Oh,
Is he
I
lying?
love her.
That's what I'm inciting.
Is he lying?
Is he lying?
That's what I'm inciting. I don't give a damn about Templar.
Woo! I mean, he's so valid for that, honestly.
Off of how he approached this is not quiet. This is not a secret shared between them. And it seems he is truthfully looking out for her when he spoke. As he mentioned, he had to pull favors, he had to beg, he had to do a lot of schmoozing to make it happen, but he did it. He doesn't seem to be lying. And just, I'll say with that nat 20, you would also glean past him. The Minister Volk, hearing this mention, steps forward. Kinesetsnia, you are no longer here qualified as a member of the Siberian Resource. Your rank, your titles, and any accolades held to you are hereby revoked. Your citizenship is going to be processed specially, for you still are being upheld by certain crimes, but for the prolonged stay that you are an American delegate, you will be pardoned of those said crimes. Commit any new ones, and this pardon will be lifted. Templar just looks down at the ground in front of Yakim, in front of the barrier knight, seemingly lost in the thought of it. She nods slowly, hearing the minister, but not giving him much of an acknowledgement. She's clearly lost in her own thoughts. As the knights, obviously they're not this close to all of you, but for the purpose of having them lined up, you see Razloma give a slight head nod to Templar. Templar looks back at the collective, Shugo and Halo looking at her, also inquiring as to how she took this, and she looks away. The insights you rolled would tell you, for the first time in probably ever that you've seen Templar, she does not seem confident. She seems embarrassed. She is happy.
I want to hug her.
Oh, I know.
That's good news. The Barrier Knight nods. With your new pardon, perhaps we may catch up a different time. Off business, he says as he steps away, rejoining the line. Minister steps forward again, now between all the Ritsars and the collective of Bermuda. This would conclude your special processing. You're allowed to rejoin the terminal with your other delegation. The vehicles, I'm sure by now, have been staffed by your Secret Service and chauffeurs. Again, you are to go straight to the embassy, where you will be stationed. And from that point onward, we will maintain open dialogue to proceed further with the delegations that arrive later, and the summit itself. I implore all of you, the threat hovering above our heads is not one we will take lightly. And if you do not expect to take that threat lightly, behave, for we will not give you a second chance. With that, he puts the holopad away into his jacket. He looks to Bjarni. Let us go join the president. This lingers his glance over Templar, who's still reeling from the news delivered. Then he turns to join the minister as they step away. He raises a hand aimed at the Colossus Knight, and you feel the ground rumble as he stands, and seemingly follows the Barrier Knight to wherever he is going next. The ground shakes with every heavy step this monstrosity takes, and eventually they leave your line of sight.
Hinatori is trying to understand how the Blizzard Knight has some mastery over cold. Is she able to like gleam that just by looking at her?
The icicles in her clothes are actual icicles. Like, you can actually see the frost emanating off of them.
Does she have a is it called a CAD? Does she have like something to manipulate
the
helix
sheathing?
scripts on her hip? Yeah.
Doesn't appear to be anything. I mean, these come in all shapes and sizes. Belts, wristbands, bracelets, necklaces, phones, even. Doesn't seem to be holding any obvious casting assistance device. Maybe one built into her belt or into one of her gauntlets, but you can't tell just by looking at her.
So she looks to be a vessel.
She looks to be a vessel. You are. It's no odd expectation to have that everyone standing before you is a vessel.
She's just never met another like elemental vessel, so she's just curious.
Remind me, it's not allowed to cast spells in Russia.
Magic is strictly prohibited unless it is by the military of Russia.
So we cannot cast spells.
Nope.
So
Not unless you're in the
theoretically,
embassy.
Bulldog has already broken the law.
I mean, they are making a few exceptions for vessels because they understand that vessels are magic. There's some things vessels just can't turn off. Take, for example, the Bear Knight, who has 4 arms. She can't really turn off her arms.
The Bear Knight has 4 arms.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She got 4 arms.
Oh! Oh, what the hell? Why did I think that was just AI fucking up?
That's a drawn piece of art, brother. Someone made that.
Oh. Yeah,
We appreciate traditional shit in this house.
Listen, the reason it took me 300 images is because 150 of them were AI. I had to really do some deep diving. But alas.
Are we all like forcibly like let out now? Is that what happened?
Luma being given the all clear by the rest of the Russian detail signals for all of you. All right, let's go rejoin the president. I suppose we have a new entourage. Hello. She was about to say special. You can hear it in the lisp that she stops her letters. Senior Director Luma. I will be in charge of the Bermuda agents as we partake throughout the city for any leisure or business dealings. These are the commanders. Halo nods. Commander Halo. The Rift Knight salutes her. Razloma. Referred to in English as the Rift Knight, I believe. Shh, to Shugo. Mito. Everyone calls me Blizzard anyway. Sounds nicer. Though I cannot do it. She has a Central European accent. Would not be hard for those of you who are from Europe. which I think might only be Bulldog and Tiger. She has a German accent.
Would Tiger recognize that though?
Maybe from being around Clockwork so long, yeah.
You know what? Actually, you're so right about that. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And Templar, or Shugo, simply keeps his eyes trained on the woman in front of him. Commander Shugo. Ends the sentence.
Short and sweet.
Templar. Hello, Kinesitsnia. I'm sure you don't remember me. Templar, still lost in the sauce as she glances her over. Forgive me if I don't remember. It has been a few years. I imagine I did not look like this when you last saw me. I was a Padawan then. But how the times change. The spare night. Though I hope not to fill you with any of it. She smiles. Templar tries to inquire more into who she is, but clearly her mind is elsewhere. She just kind of nods to her. Commander Templar. Then they part their way aside as they make introductions for their Padawans. Padawan Tatiana. She is my apprentice. Blizzard Knight follows suit. Padawan Alina, my apprentice as well. You'll like her. She makes no comments, just stepping aside. Padawan Alexander. He is expected to be a knight soon. He simply looks at you guys.
I'm sorry, I disappeared. What I miss?
Introductions.
Retards are making their introductions.
Oh, okay.
He simply looks you guys over, bows his head very slightly, very quickly. You almost don't notice it, and then he steps aside. Finally, the back crew step forward. The Bear Knight has her side eyes Shugo and Templar. It's the most obvious thing, to the point where even Razloma clears her throat as the Bear Knight comes into focus. Medejiritsar. We've met before, she says as her eyes remain on Domino Squad, and then turn over to Shugo and Templar.
Inotori similarly exhales smoke.
This is my apprentice, Tetsuya. He steps forward, his eyes focused on Shugo, before then focusing on Hinatori, and then he bows. Traditional. It is not a deep bow, he does not fall on his knees and bows with his head down, but he bows standing, still respectful. I hope to make your good acquaintance. He steps aside.
What's the accent? What's the accent?
He sounds Japanese.
Wow, who would have guessed?
Yes.
Whoa.
No
With a
way.
name like Tetsuya? I don't know, guys. Could be from
I had to confirm, you know.
honestly. Could be from Hawaii, for all we know. Anyway.
High mess. It's crazy.
The Ruined Knight steps forwards after the Blizzard Knight makes her step aside. He does not say anything. But you all hear in your head a immediate pound. Like someone just grabbed the back of your head, full palmed it. Ruin. I do not speak much, nor should you expect me to. This is Yuri, my brother. And then the pounding exits. Someone just tapped into your mind and then let it go. Yuri steps forward, giving a very disciplined salute, putting his hand behind his back at rest. They return back into line. Apex Knight, seemingly leaning against the leg of her wolf, pushes off and then follows up in the line. She haphazardly shuffles her saber to her sides behind her back and then stands at a relative ease, hands folded behind her back. Apex Knight. I'm new, I guess, so maybe you don't know me. To which you just hear a very quiet grumble in the back between between Phantom and probably Clockwork. I didn't know either. She presents, or the two Padawans stand on either side of her on her left and her right. Farid, good to meet you, he says cheerfully. Gabriel. Think you Americans call me Gabriel. It's weird, but nice to meet you.
Minatori uses Mage Hand to poke Tiger.
Tiger glances at her.
She's a very tiny smile, like just gestures towards them.
He
With her
raises
head.
an eyebrow.
And the bored one behind us three is Boris. The hound raises its head, hearing its name. Not now, Boris. And it rests back into its paws. The introductions out of the way. Luma says, well, welcome. I hope our stay does not cause you any inconvenience or problems in the future. We will be on our best behavior. Let's move, Bermuda, she says, letting out a defeated sigh. I can't wait to tell the president about this.
Minatori gets a text, like a DM to her, like, what? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
She just messages back. They're around your age. Well, the age you're supposedly at.
Oh.
You're both from Russia? I don't know. Maybe you could try making friends. Your age.
Crazy
He sends a
premise.
thumbs up emoji.
She sends a thumbs up emoji.
And this is how they're gonna rekindle the friendship.
Templar rejoins her team as they all go follow the delegation. And I think we're going to leave the session there.
Oh.
A good as place as any, I'd say.
Hey guys, look, it's Pissed
Excited.
Walker.
So excited.
So excited.
Oh,
Oh
my
my
gosh.
god.
The Reetsars are under the Russia folder. I don't imagine any of you will go sifting through those folders anytime soon, just to be informed. So it is a lot of them.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Oh,
Whoa.
I'm really sad you didn't give us a chance to actually interact with any of them.
we gotta
I
end the session. I want
know!
the whole party to interact with them.
No!
That's why we gotta end the session now, before we get out of hand. Oh, you would have heard somewhere in the background Cosmos grumbling. How dare you put your head... Ah! What is that stinger thing? Nova, kill this one! Doctor backs away, afraid of the talking cat, not realizing it could actually talk.
That's so good.
Calm down, Cosmo. It's just like a tracking chip, like the one I have on your collar. What? You have a what in my what?
Your crown. She meant to say your crown.
Just for the sake of OCD, go ahead and reverse.
What is this? What is this collar? I thought that was fashion.
I thought you gave this to me as a present. I thought this was tribute. You lie. Oh, that's perfect. The second separator from the rest. That's excellent.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. All right.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
So excited.
How do things go belly up? That's what we gotta figure out.
The colossal
outside.
knight trips and crushes half the delegation. Start provoking World War III.
He
Uh,
quote unquote trips. It's an quote unquote accident.
He wouldn't kill the president.
Whoa, look,
We have that.
guys. They left this industrial-sized banana peel right here. I hope I don't slip.
Whoa. No, it's just a limo. They leave a limo in neutral.
Bashes his skull on the corner of the building.
Dang it. Whatever shall we do?
Nothing we could have done. Oh well.
A tragedy. I cannot wait to interact with the fucking people, the new NPCs.
Who did? Does what's her name say anything? Estella. Does she
Oh.
share any of her thoughts?
Stella,
Do you want to hear her
would you
R-rated thoughts?
would you like to hear her thoughts?
Sure. If she's met these people before or has any useful insight.
In summary, you would have had to have drowned her out of the sheer amount of goo goo gagaing she would have been doing, going crazy over all the hot people. It's like, oh my god. Okay, but the Despair Knight's like definitely looking at you. Come on. She's not even on your team. Please, just I'll help you.
She's on her knees.
Please. Begging, pleading.
I beg of thee, come on. Who's gonna know? As a matter of fact, you're probably good that they do know. That's good relations, right? We're supposed to be cooperating. You know,
We're building relationships.
we're building relationships. But
Does
that
she
is
give
the
you
end of
like
the session. Give me
bad
1 sec, we'll end the
feelings?
stream. I'm going to cut the stream there. Just gonna do some light chatting about the post game and whatnot, but for now I gotta end the stream there. So, very good arrival in Moscow. We'll pick it up right from the airport to what happens next. I will see you guys 2 weeks from now, next time on Hunter Killer.